Let's give a minute. We had some people step out, I think. You weren't on out. I mean, you weren't on out.
I'm going to announce the, Mr. Mayor, may I announce the Spanish translation? Si hay personas que necesiten traducción en español, tenemos audífonos. ¿Alguien necesita traducción en español? Okay, no. I think there's only one. Yeah. Thank you.
All right, Madam Clerk, we're going to go ahead and get started. So thank you very much for everybody for being here. Today is Monday, April 20th. It is now 5:31 p.m., and we are continuing the meeting from April 14th, 2026, to today, April 20th, 2026. Before we go ahead and get started, we'll go ahead and do the call to order.
Invocation?
Do invocation from Tina De La Rosa, and then Pledge of Allegiance by John Hamilton, please.
Please stand and bow your heads. Dear Heavenly Father, we come before you once again tonight, Lord, just asking you to just be with us as we finish conducting the business and the needs of the city. Just help us make great decisions this evening, Lord, and to be mindful of all those who have coming up to speak and to share their opinions, Lord. Just be with us all, guide and direct us. And thank you for the opportunity to work for the city. In your name we pray. Amen.
Good evening. If everybody could place their right hand over their heart, face the American flag, and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Mayor Barron,
Present.
Vice Mayor Rios, Councilmember Avalos,
Present.
Councilmember Hurtado,
Present.
Councilmember Davila,
Present.
City Treasurer De La Paz,
Present.
City Manager Houston,
Present.
City Attorney Salinas.
Present.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So just to make a quick comment on where we are in our meeting, we are continuing the April 20th meeting at the point of item number 1, where we are bringing it back here to council. Council requested additional time to be able to look at all the various cuts that were being proposed on that April 14th meeting, and wanted to be able to have some discussion regarding what can possibly be done and what steps we could do to alleviate some of the angst that we were having regarding these cuts that were being proposed. So go ahead and bring it back here to members of, to our council, and I'll.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
if I may, just because we may have people listening to this part of the audio that did not did not listen to or were not present when we concluded our last session here before we took a recess. But we had a regular city council meeting a week ago. The meeting went late into the evening. I believe it ended after midnight or so, and the council voted to continue that meeting to this evening. So it's as if we had taken one long 5-minute break. And that's why we're picking it up on agenda item number 1, where we had left off before. And so I wanted to make sure that that was a part of the beginning of this meeting, so people listening to it would understand. If they were to want to listen to the entirety, they'd have to go to the recording from a week ago on Tuesday. Thank you.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Mayor, if I can read it for the record.
Go ahead.
Continued from the last meeting, the City Council will consider receiving and filing a presentation on budget reduction. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So I'm going to go ahead and start with Councilmember Gil Hurtado.
Yes, thank you. For those of you who were present at the last meeting, all of us are reluctant on making cuts but there's also the need for it. And if I can do it this way, when you look at our budget, it's very clear. What caused us to be here, it's been explained multiple times. There have been nearly $11 million worth of things that were added to our costs that have nothing to do with anything we've done. It's mandates, pension liabilities, liability insurance, health benefits, streetlight landscaping costs. We don't vote on that. Those are things that just pop up. So again, we're talking about $11 million that was added starting in 2020. As a result of that, we had to explore options, and the options were to either make these cuts or ask for an increase in a tax. That being said, it's not like, and again, I don't know if people are familiar with it, they're called Rorschach images. It's like an ink blot, and it's presented and people look at it and they determine what they see. Not here. This is very clear. These cuts are going to be necessary. However, I've been working with the city manager and talking to him about what our options were. Can we hold off on some of these cuts through November? And it's a risk. It is a risk, but it's one that I'm willing to take on some of the cuts, especially those that are impacting all the youth programs. And again, they're very important. They don't have access to these activities, whether it's AYSO, Southgate Youth Football, the aquatics, the Southgate JAA. It's just that bad. It's not a good thing to cut these programs. And so if there is a way, and I think the city manager and I did talk about this in hopes that we can go ahead and keep that, that's going to be something I'm going to push for. But I wanted everybody to be understanding of this, that we have item number 2, which is to consider putting a utility users tax on the ballot, and we're going to discuss that a little bit more. So if these cuts are put on hold until November, then what happens in the November election on the UUT is going to determine whether these cuts actually start taking place starting in December. So again, we'll go through a list of things that we can potentially bring back. Another thing that I want to do is at the last meeting, I mentioned to the city manager that I want to continue to protect the buyer of properties, and that we do it by not cutting the pre-sale inspections. And how we do it without costing our budget anything is that anybody who wants to sell their house can do that, but they'll be responsible for the cost of the pre-sale inspection. I think it's worth doing that. And so again, I want to protect that as well, Mr. City Manager. Also, I want to, a lot of people have been going to the Christmas parade. I want to see if there's a way we can salvage that as well. That's something that tons of people, not only in Southgate, but the surrounding areas really enjoy. So again, if we can do that, Mr. City Manager, that's what I would like to do. But the other cuts, there's no way around it. We cannot go into November. Actually, in July is when these cuts would be taking place. I want to see if we can salvage those programs, the nonprofits. And from what I heard from my colleagues during the last meeting is the possibility of also keeping the chamber. And I think that's a very popular thing to do. It helps the businesses. So again, Mr. Mayor, thank you. But again, that's what I would like to see. Continue these programs, funded through November. Keep the pre-sale inspections done, but those costs, put them on the seller of the property, or they can negotiate with the buyer, but not have it an expense for our community from the taxes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Arias?
Sir, appreciate the comments. So just for those that may be tuning in for the first time, or just as a quick refresher, we're in a bad budget situation. We're looking at July 1st. How do we bridge a $9.3 million gap? And so we had a long discussion on last Tuesday to talk about that and what are the options. Without new revenue, which we do not have by July 1st, we have to cut. So there's many, many slides, but the big picture is the proposed cuts include 12% of the overall budget spread amongst our many departments. And so specifically, each department, as you can see here, has a target that they have to hit, which involves large amounts of services being reduced. And we had detail in every single department shared already, which results in, for instance, community development, 1.1 million with all sorts of positions and services gone. In the city manager's office, positions, city council even has reductions, parks and rec, large reductions. So each department has proposed cuts, and that includes all these departments. But then there's a question of all these cuts would happen starting in July, and we would have to make them permanent unless there was more revenue. Number 2 item on the agenda tonight is the idea of looking to new revenue to see if the community would be willing to add a utility users tax. That would add new revenue and could have these cuts be revisited. But in the event they're not, these are permanent. So there was some question of from Councilmember Hurtado, Councilmember Rios, and some other council members talking about, is there a way to maybe temporarily increase the funding for some of these services to get past that November ballot date, with the hope that if the ballot was passed, the measure was passed, then they wouldn't have to be closed at all. And so Councilman Rios had a list that I have a slide on. Let me get to it, of mimicking some of Councilmember Hurtado's items, but let me summarize it right here. There you go. So does that help, Al, for you
Yeah,
want to talk about
yeah,
your items?
yeah.
Thank you.
What's that?
I'm sorry, I was asking her to, she can make it bigger for the people to see it, so.
Thank you, City Manager, and thank you, Councilman Hurtado, Mayor, everybody here. Gracias a todos por venir ahora. There's new faces. How many of you are new? ¿Quiénes son primera vez? First time, all right. Thank you for coming, being here tonight. Appreciate you. And all of you got translation, those that need it?
Yes.
Yeah, I want to thank the council, my colleagues, for, last week we met and we discussed a lot of the cuts. Some of you were here. Most heard it on YouTube, but it's pretty bad. I mean, it's gonna devastate the city. We know it's not easy for us. None of us want to cut these programs, but we're not unique to the situation right now. There are other cities. The city of LA is experiencing some serious financial difficulty. The county, they're cutting 7% of their budget moving forward next year. They're not going to expand any programs. So there, and we could go around most of the cities around here, and just like families are struggling, right? Families are struggling too because of the increased cost of food and gas and everything. And so it is a difficult time, but I want to thank council for, we could have voted on it last week, giving us a little more time to kind of really see how we can soften the blow to those programs that serve our youth and families, mostly around the park. And I want to talk about some of those things. And I'm glad we have some young ones here in the audience. So again, I appreciate staff and, staff has done a lot of work. Luis and some of the, even the chief, everybody's done a lot of work, and it's been difficult for everybody to make these cuts. But we've identified programs where we could continue to function as a city. And so today I want to propose some alternative that we could save some of the programs. So appreciate the staff and everyone that worked identifying the difficult but necessary reductions that we have under these fiscal conditions. Now, some people might say, do we have a fiscal emergency? If you were here last week, you would pretty much concur that it is a fiscal emergency. I mean, there is a lot of, so I would also agree with that. statement that we do. But I want to propose a limited, temporary, and this is not just me, this is the staff, the city manager, the finance director, Tina, and some of the other people that have oversight over these programs. So we worked out a reserve. This is from reserve money. This is we don't have a lot of reserve, but we'll be using a little bit of reserve money to soften the immediate impact on some of the proposed cuts that is being planned tonight. These are not long-term solutions. This is a temporary fix to get us through November, serve mostly the summer and the fall, so we can have the park open. And so as it is today, again, this is not a solution, including potential new revenue. We're always looking for new revenue, okay? And one of them is such as the UUT. So that's another one, and we'll talk about that next on the agenda. So again, here are the following recommendations. There are 5 that I'm working with staff that we're hoping the council will support. First, extend the existing nonprofit partner fee waiver through December 31st of this year for regularly scheduled meetings and long-standing recurring uses only. Now, that's for only those nonprofits that are using our auditorium, they're using our girls' center, those, and so forth. So that's only, no new waivers. So we're not talking, during this time, starting July 1st, we're not going to extend any new waivers to any new organization, no new recurring uses, and no expansion to new programs or events during this period. Only the existing organizations that are doing programming, that have been doing it for years. So that's that's one request. So because those programs do bring services and program activity to the community, so it enriches the community. So, and we're talking about $200,000 that those entities pay, but we're going to continue to go this route. So that's the first thing. The second thing is keep the pool, regular field use and the fields that are used, and regular recreation league programming and operating through November 20. Now, the pool and the fields, because those were targeted starting July 1st, so we want to temporarily keep those. And this is also subject to staffing and availability and operational facilities, feasibility, meaning that because some folks are already leaving, some staff, because they, the insecurity of our budget, that we're going to try to maintain it through, but it's going to be based on if we still have the employees here.
Councilmember Rios, just
Yes.
a slight clarification. Good information. We had planned on keeping the pool and the fields open until October 1st, and that was budgeted. But the proposal you have is to extend that opening another 7 weeks to November 20th. So they were going to stay open until October 1st. The ballot measure potentially, if it was added, would be November 2nd. So I think the concept generally was, in order to perhaps make a commitment to the community, there wouldn't be an interruption in service in the event the measure was passed. We wouldn't say close all these facilities October 1st and then, say there is a positive decision on the ballot, reopen everything November. Your concept was push it to the Thanksgiving break of the 20th with the thought that in the event it's passed, the services wouldn't have a close. Is that correct? And then the additional costs for the pool and the staffing is the difference between October 1st and November 20th on this chart, just
So
to
it's
help
about 2
everyone
months?
understand. 7 weeks. And
Okay,
then, a couple of your items as shown in the column there,
Okay.
we're going to be cut July 1st, and you're proposing running them the full 6 months, which the amount is then connected there. Like the fee waivers were proposed to be cut July 1st. You're proposing keeping them till the end of December. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, City Manager, for
Excuse
correcting.
me, Vice Mayor, I'd like to ask a question to our park director, because some of these programs might have activities that carry through the end of November. So cutting it and the date you're talking about, I understand it makes sense because of the budget. Are there, I don't know if you are aware of the schedules for the programs and whether cutting it on what date did you say, November?
November 20th.
November 20th, would any program be impacted?
So we try to keep everything going to at least the end of the regularly scheduled season. So typically like the AYSOs, the JA, stuff like that would go up until that time frame. So that's what we were looking at as we were coming up with the date. So if anything that's additional, so all-star teams or things that go past that date, they wouldn't be able to continue.
So Tina was consulted, so the November 20th coincides with just before Thanksgiving, which is
Correct.
typically when all those normal programs end. Is that correct?
They're
And
regularly,
that's the rationale for November 20th versus say the 30th.
correct,
is that
the
correct?
regularly scheduled seasons, not the additional season.
So I just didn't want to impact, and if they can carry over, they have activities, then, yeah,
Okay.
okay, all right.
Does that include the pool, Tina?
The what?
The pool, like any of the pool leagues? Or I know during November, I think it's usually they're just training, right?
The pool, it's just different because there's so many things that are being impacted that are layered on top of each other and all have different start time and end time. So in all honesty, there was not really like a set time where I could say if we started here, like if we ended here, we're going to impact these three. If you ended over there, you're going to impact those two. So there's not really it's hard to say a specific date for the pool.
And that's what I'm getting at. So we don't say, oh, November 21st or November 20th, you need to stop. Well, we got more games left. So
With the pool,
Is
it's
there that
mostly-
flexibility if something's ongoing, is going to end the following week or something like that? Or, because
I think
we
I
have
think
some-
the concept is that if we pass the measure, then all these dates go away. Everything stays open. If we don't, then
Yeah.
20th and 21st, it's gone.
Okay.
Everything's closed.
So I would just ask to make sure that, we reach out to all those organizations and let them
And let
know
them
that
know.
this is the
The
cutoff. That way,
the concept being that staff will, without a measure, will have to close the facilities going forward on holidays. So
Right.
Thanksgiving, instead of being open, would be closed. Christmas would be closed. So it's just starting that new reality. If we don't pass it, that Thanksgiving's the end.
And currently, all of the groups have been notified that it would be October 1st. So now we just be letting them know of the new date if that's the decision or direction council wants to go.
Okay, thank you for that input. Okay, here's the third item. Maintain basic park restroom access and the minimum maintenance coverage needed to support continued park use and protect public health, recognizing that service levels may still be reduced from current standards. Again, this is a proposed to last until November 20th. And I will hope and pray that, support for the proposed UUT measure is restored so that all the services will be restored. So that means the parks, because they were also, staffing is also an issue, but we're hoping to do the best we can to maintain the parks. Because a lot of people is the jewel of our community. Most of you know the park, so we want to make sure and people have a place to come and convene and bring their families and so forth. Fourth is continue reduce art presence program rather than a full, and I know a lot of folks were here, maybe today too, from the arts program. We're not going to shut it down completely. There's going to be reduced. So make that clear. And the full-time person is going to move over to another department so that we're not going to let her go. The part-time people are going to go. This includes art classes and programming at alternative locations such as the Senior Center, Holidale Park, and the Girls Clubhouse, and exploring partnerships based on options for signature activities like the art walk. We want to continue that. So those still, it won't be the same, but it'll be, we want to at least reduce the funding, but some of the projects will still move forward. And here's the last one. Provide reduced funding for the Chamber of Commerce to support focus on core service that they provide, excluding the Christmas parade funding, because we pay just alone, we pay about $100,000 just for all the other things, and it's just too much. So, but we will give the chamber, this does offer half the funding instead of giving them the full funding. So they will get at least half to continue operating. So those are the 5 proposals. Hopefully the council will give it some consideration. And these proposals are intended to carry the city through November 20th, right after the election. They do not reverse broader budget reductions, and they are not a path back to prior level services. So come November, if we didn't, the community decided not to vote, we didn't get the support for the UT, most of those cuts will happen, matter of fact. So I also want to state, I want to state plainly that no new events, no new leagues, no new expanded uses, no new special requests will be approved during this time. The intent is only to preserve the core existing operations and longstanding recurring uses on a temporary basis. So I'm asking staff to provide the total reserves amount required to fund this package. I think, do we have it up there? Is that the total request? So you can see it's 286,000. So the council could weigh on and, look at it and hopefully it's going to be favorable. I'm hoping this will really soften the blow and help our young people and the families through the summer months and part of the fall, most of the fall. So that's what's on the table.
Thank you, Council Member, or Vice Mayor, sorry.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. I do have a question for you, Tina. So for the restrooms, is that all of the restrooms in all of our parks? Or is it only for the ones at Southgate Park?
That's to maintain all the restrooms at least twice a day, services for at least twice a day,
For twice a day?
cleaning versus just the one.
Okay. If you don't mind, Vice Mayor, I would want to include that for the rest of the year because we're only talking about 120,000 to be able to maintain the restrooms. And again, it's a health issue for anybody that goes into the restrooms. But again, this is monies that we're pulling from reserves. Is that correct? Which would be one-time monies. It's not, unless we see what the community decides to vote on the UUT.
So to confirm, an additional cost you're proposing is the rest of the fiscal year for the restrooms running from January through June of the next calendar year in the event that the measure doesn't pass.
Yes,
Okay.
that is correct. But I do want to hear from my colleagues as to, what is each one of yours top 3 priorities or program services for
I'm
our
sorry, Councilmember
community?
Avalos, if you can speak up, please.
Is not picking it up? Thank you. So I just would like to ask my colleagues, what is each one of yours top 3 priorities or program services that you would want for the community? Because I think at the end of the day, that's going to be the question as to where we start allocating some of that funding that we're looking at. The list that was provided to us as to some of the cuts, I have questions for the Parks and Rec. And Tina, hopefully you can answer them for me. So excursion and admission fees, it says high, but then it says medium. These are for the teens, these are for the adults, as well as for our seniors. Do those fees not get included when they pay for the trip? Or is that what the city is paying?
So the fees that you're referring to for the excursions, that's for staff. So the teens, for instance, take a trip to Knott's Berry Farm. The kids pay for their own way to get in, but we have to pay the staffing fee or staffing costs for our staff to go in to supervise them on the trip, or whether it's a teen trip, a youth excursion, like during the summertime, we'll have like
So
a trip.
that's the cost that the city's paying for the employees
Yes,
to be able to
Mhm.
enter
Mhm.
those
for all
excursions,
those trips, for a
For all of
senior
the
trip, if they
trips.
go to,
including the seniors?
well, if it's on a trip that we go to, like Palm Springs Aerial Tram or like a family trip,
Mhm.
and there's a fee to take the tram right up, the families or the people all pay to go up there, but we have to pay for the staff to be able to participate to get up to the top to make sure that everything's safe.
Okay. And I know in here you have several employee uniforms. It would have been nice for it to be just one total instead of a lot of different divisions in what we received, just so that it's one lump sum and not several. Thank you.
Councilwoman Davila?
Thank you. Last meeting, I know that Councilwoman Avalos and Vice Mayor Rios, I want to hear from them what options you came up with, because we already heard from Vice Mayor Rios. I want to hear from you first, and then we can and we can talk about. I have not concerns, big concerns. One of my priorities, it's the crossing guards. If we're going to be using general fund to cover the pool, the restrooms, the chamber, what about the crossing guards? That's something that we need to look into if we are going to be using general fund money. Crossing guards. And we have so many different cuts that our employees we're losing 32 positions. I mean, what is it that we need to focus on where the needs are? And to me, the needs it's everywhere. It's everywhere. So we were picking and choosing. I mean, and how much is it that we need in order to keep our employees, our programs? And we know that when we're cutting programs, that's employees that we're talking about. Those are positions that we're talking about. Graffiti, the police department, the domestic violence program, crossing guards. So there's a lot that we need to have a conversation on, and that's why I want to hear from you now, Councilwoman Avalos. What are your recommendations out of? Because that's why we extended this meeting, because I wanted to hear from what were your recommendations on this. Because if you're asking me, I mean, what are my priorities? I mean, not my priority, what is it that I don't want to cut nothing. But we have to pick and choose what areas, and that's where the tough decisions are at. So if I can hear from you.
Mr. City Attorney, can I discuss the alternatives that I spoke about at the last council meeting? Or should I refrain? Because it has to do with our union.
Councilwoman Avalos, if the discussion is that you'd like to give direction to the city manager about labor reductions, you could discuss that briefly, but anything further than that would have to be agendized, and it's not agendized.
Exactly. So I did bring a couple of options in the last council meeting, of which the city manager did indicate that he needed the majority to give him direction. Again, I'm in the position of saying, I don't want any of our employees to be laid off. So how can we work with our unions to see if we can do furloughs or maybe a reduction in pay so that all of our employees stay? But again, we cannot have that discussion because it is not agendized. Thank you.
Okay, well, I'll just, would you have something?
Yeah, I want to, Councilwoman Davila mentioned the crossing guard. The crossing guard is a big ticket item. I mean, it's 800,000 almost, right?
Slightly below 750,000.
750,000. It's a lot of money, and we're not, we talked about what we could do, but that's the other one I really wanted to keep is the cameras for our police officers. It's software application that they need. And it's almost, I don't know, I guess it's not a mandate, otherwise it would be here, right? But it's very important too, right? I mean, Chief. So, I know it's tough. Nothing's easy. None of this, we wouldn't want to be here, but this is where we're at. And so this, I made my recommendations, and I'm hoping that We could, this whole is not, it's under 300,000. I would even, I think, well, everything is important. Everything has weight. So we could be here all night kind of trying to figure this out.
So I just have a question for our finance person who's here. Stephen, thank you so much for stepping in for Luis. So we have reserves and we have investments. So how much can we tap into before we start getting into any heat with the state? Or city manager, for that matter.
I can cover that. We did cover that at the last meeting. We have let me just get my slide count here. Yodi, could you adjust? Whoa, we got a lot of slides. Could you get me back down to just about where we were near the end? We do have some reserve slides. There we go. So we have a reserve policy, 10 to 20% of our operating costs. We mentioned that the total reserves that we have add up to less than 25% of our operating costs when you add our budget stabilization plus our emergency reserves. The concern is that the state controller watches our cities for their health, and we are at what I would say is a minimum. If we start dipping below that by any, I would say more than $1 million deeper, we are going to have them wanting to come in and look at our books and decide if they want to take control of our city and start making cuts for us. So it's a nervous situation where we do have some reserves, but we're at a bare minimum. Imagine if our city received no cash, we could last 3 months and then we wouldn't be able to pay our bills. So typically cities try to have 30%, 40% of reserves. We're down at the below 20% level. So that's the concern. Dipping into them in a small way that's maybe being mentioned for a short time would be a kick the can down the road option, but it's not something we could rely on easily. So that's the general overview of our reserve concerns.
So then we can't tap into any of those monies.
Well, I think that there's a
How much can we tap into?
in talking with the Lewis, our finance director, we thought $500,000 to $1 million for the entire year of next year would probably get us to the edge of where we want to be. Ideally, keep where we are, but not more than that.
But we still don't have our actual numbers for 26, 27, correct?
We have our projected numbers like we do every year.
Okay.
The final doesn't settle till October
Till October.
after the year.
Mhm.
But we always work on projections, and we feel confident that we wouldn't want to we want to be as conservative as possible, and we feel confident with the 9.4 being the right number for the cuts to make everything balance.
So then we only have $500,000. We only have $500,000 that we can actually spend down, correct?
Yeah, and again, for a temporary purpose. If we don't have a revenue solution in November, then all this $500,000 or whatever is, I think ends. So it's just a matter of between now and November, is there a desire to, as I think mentioned, the tough decision is all these cuts happen if we don't pass the measure in November. So
Yeah.
do we save a few of them for a short bit of time, leading to all of them being cut anyways, or are we saving some of them for a short time with the hope that everything gets restored? These are tough decisions. Though dipping into reserves is a one-time solution that doesn't solve the problem. That just add that.
The crossing guards, we are talking to LA Unified, the mayor, and the school board member to try to see if they could help us out there because, we just don't have the money. We've been funding it all these years, but it's a lot of money. And so hopefully but that's the reality.
Now, funding the activities that we're talking about here, there's a cost that you're pointing out to. What about the savings on keeping the pre-sale inspections going, but passing those costs on to the residents? What would that result in savings on?
So the current recommendations that staff have presented would eliminate the pre-sale, both the program, so it would no longer be something the community would be doing, but also the costs associated with it. You had mentioned at the last meeting, and we followed up to do an assessment of an option where we adjust the fee schedule so that the amount we collect from the program pays for the costs. We've done that analysis on this slide here. Currently, we charge $80.85 for the average, for the normal pre-sale inspection. It takes a lot of staff time. We are not collecting anywhere near the actual cost. The calculation has been that it's cost $1,739 per pre-sale inspection. In the event we adjusted our fee to match that amount, we would then have the cost no longer be part of our expenses. And so we would essentially achieve the savings that has already been assigned to this program against the 9.4 million, but preserve the program and the building inspector position attached to it if we went to an actual cost recovery.
Yeah, and another adjustment I think we need to make is, we have a lot of, we all get emails, we get messages from people who are complaining that a neighbor is doing work or they're not maintaining their property, and we keep sending code enforcement officers out there, and it's costing us money, and we're not collecting anything. All we're telling people is, you got to fix it. You got 30 days. You got to fix it. We go back there over and over and over again, and we're not charging them anything. At some point, we need to start collecting that money. So we need to assess how we're handling those violations and start charging. I mean, how many times does a person have to be told that they can't have their lawn 2 feet, high and not maintaining it? And then we keep on reminding them, give them extension after extension. I had asked once before, how much have we collected in violations on code enforcement?
Gabriel, do you have that number? I remember 54,000, but don't know if I have that right.
Did you say 54,000? Yeah, that was my understanding from Luis.
Okay.
Yeah, and
Per
it's
year.
costing us a whole lot more, especially when they're repeaters over and over again. This is something I brought out years ago as well, so it's not something that's been addressed, and I think we need to start looking at that. People need to maintain. We got a municipal code, it's for a reason. We all have to follow that. I have to follow it. Everybody has to follow it. So again, we need to look at that and the impact it has on the budget. And again, so I'm hoping we can still save the pre-sale and just pass it on. So again, I'm hoping I can get support on that as well.
So if we do the math based on the numbers that you're showing up there, Gabriel, so we're laying off a building inspector at the cost of $134,872. If we were to keep it and start charging the residents the actual cost, which would be $1,739, that equates to $241,721. So basically, it pays for the inspector and possibly the other 2 part-time code enforcement officers that we are projected to let go. But again, it goes back to that health and welfare of the community. And if we don't have that code enforcement out there, then, how are we generating revenue and how are we keeping the community safe from hazardous things happening? And we've seen it time and time again in July when we see people just bringing in all of these illegal fireworks that could really cause havoc in our community. So I would be supportive of keeping it and increasing it to the 1739 with the understanding that we keep that building inspector and bring back those 2 code enforcement officers, because there's more than enough money that this would be generating. And again, it's based on the numbers from 24-25.
Just to clarify, so the concept here is the total fee covers all the many little pieces of staff, so not just the code enforcement officers. It's a piece of building inspectors, development tech people, planners. So we would have to do more research internally to determine if there is additional savings, there has been an expedited program that includes overtime, which is a whole separate budget.
Mhm.
So we're proposing looking at this from a very tight and strict budgeting process that would probably eliminate overtime. So we would have to, with this new perspective, determine if there are savings and then determine what they actually quantify beyond the building inspector. So I think it would be premature to have the dust settle and say exactly what the additional savings are. We could bring that back if the direction was to try to preserve it and make sure we've done all the budgeting. Would that be fair, Gabe? Okay,
Yes.
I would just ask for that.
But we can go ahead and make a decision tonight to preserve it? and
Yes,
then
because we
where-
need to
okay.
come back anyways to
Gotta make
reset
sure.
the fee as part of our fee study. So we could do that at the same time. Look, if this results in additional savings, then a question could be like,
Okay.
where it would go.
Yes,
do
but
that
with
later
the
date.
understanding of keeping that building inspector, because that building inspector would be the one
Yeah,
who's doing the pre-sale
that one's a
inspection.
certain savings, and then the
Yes.
additional pieces we would quantify and come back at the time when the fee would be changed. We could also have direction from council for any resulting savings. That's all right.
So thank you. So I just wanted to, just for the benefit of the people who are here, I mean, I know pre-site inspections are something that not everybody does, but it is an important part of anybody who's buying a house. What we're trying to do is be able to protect that person. We have so many residents that are contacting us saying, I bought this house, 5 years ago, and I'm being told that I thought I bought a 3-bedroom house, and it's actually only permitted for 2 bedrooms. And there's an issue there, right? And we're having to, as a city, go back and help them kind of correct that and get the actual permits to permit that room correctly, make sure that it's up to code, because we've seen fires happen in unpermitted rooms that with bad electrical, where families are sleeping, and we've seen some homes that are being rented out per room to each family, and there could be one family in a unpermitted room that is very dangerous, and we've had instances where we've almost lost families because of that. So having this pre-site inspection, I think, is something that we should continue to do. I think it's something that is important. It saves the buyer, and also I really think the seller, from any further issues with this property, and also their safety and wellness of not just the resident who's purchasing and the resident who's moving in, but also the surrounding neighbors, right? Because if a fire happens in my home, it could impact my neighbors. And if it happened because of unpermitted work, I think that's something that needs to be worried about and really quantified. So I appreciate that came up. And just in other things, like I know there was a question that was made regarding what priorities do we have when it comes to cuts. I think I'll speak plainly. The decision was never to make a cut. Our hope was to put this on a June ballot, and hopefully we would have passed the UUT in June, and we would have never have even been here having these discussions of what we're going to cut. But we're here today. There was a comment made that and a vote made that we did not have a fiscal emergency. Well, it looks like we really did, because we're seeing it today. We're seeing what the cuts look like. We're seeing the staff members who are potentially losing their jobs. We're seeing staff members who are coming in and having discussions about what they're going to be doing as a family because they no longer have employment. We're seeing residents say, hey, our pool is closing. We have kids that want to swim, that have opportunities for scholarships. We have an art department, one of the only museums in the Sela community currently operating, that is utilized for a great art space that we need to continue to maintain, because we have a group of artists that have been so happy with us being the leaders in that field here locally in the Sela region, and we need to continue some of that. So I'm happy that we saw that there was some additional funding. Addition to that, I've been reaching out to a lot of the local nonprofits and trying to figure out if there's a nonprofit approach, right? Can we help with supporting some of the arts and in that way? I understand that this is a conversation that is hard to have, but it's one that we should have, right? And we hear residents everywhere say, how can I contribute? I want to be able to pay more to make sure that my pool doesn't close, We see the parents. How much more would it cost for me to do that? I just tell them, look, we just need to all together collectively as a community come together and make a decision on a UUT to support it, because that way we can help fund all the programs, not just a specific one for your program, but every program for every community member here in our community, because I think that's important. It's hard for anybody to make the decision on what programs are important, because everybody has one that's important to them. So we want to make sure we do this in a way that shows accountability to all the departments. I do want to thank the staff. I will say that this has been a long process. We've gotten to this point where I hope we're able to make a decision on how we're going to move forward. Over a year's worth of work on we're going to make a decision on what cuts, how we would find additional revenue, and exactly how we would solve this problem collectively. So thank you to the staff. I think this is a very tough conversation. And so the residents are aware. These conversations have been had with the employees that are on this cut list. They know the names of the people who are potentially going to lose these positions. So these are very tough conversations that I know you guys had to have. So thank you for your efforts. So I'll go ahead and agree with the motion of, or make the motion as presented by Vice Mayor Al Rios, with the addition of Councilmember Hurtado, that we bring back the proposed budget adjustment from Al Rios, and also the saving of the pre-sale inspection program, with the caveat of making sure we put the fee associated to, the buyer or the seller to the actual market value.
And the adjustments to the code enforcement, actually putting teeth to it, does that include it here, Mr. City Attorney, or do we have to bring that in a separate?
Thank you, Councilman Hurtado. We'd have to bring that back. They have to do a fee reso adjustment, so it'd be a little more
Okay.
detailed.
And we might, go ahead.
I was just gonna say there's the fee reso would be for the pre-sale. It's more of a sort of a operating policy as far as how quickly we're moving ahead on fines. We already have a fee structure on fines: first offense, second offense, third offense. We have a code that currently has been saying 30 days, and then the next one. There's been an attempt for years to try to be friendly. I think sadly there are a number of people that take advantage of that, which then can add up to tens to 20s to hundreds of hours of extra staff time to work with the homeowner that's in month 6 or 8 or 10, trying to get them to address things. To your point, we're having to count every dollar way tighter than we used to. So we've already internally discussed perhaps, I think, having a 2-week turnaround on a lot of these. Gabe can just confirm, and having to be a little tougher and say, there is no extension, just we're coming back in 2 more weeks, and the next item. Maybe Gabe, you can confirm on the 2-week versus 30-day, and the fact that we're going to change our operating procedures.
Yeah, I don't recall what we were going to change to, but my understanding is that this would be updated on the fee schedule, right? So that would be taken forward to council before July.
Yes,
They
we
would
need to do
review
that.
that.
And also just internally, now that we're revisiting our code enforcement, that we were going to change to less extensions at no cost, but start using our actual fee structures to hit things on the targets. I also wanted to mention, I appreciate the amalgamation of some of the requests. One other item that was mentioned by Councilmember Hurtado, I didn't hear picked up. Anyone else, was restoring the parade. Total cost of that, when you add the chamber plus overtime and traffic and policing, is I think a little over around $100,000 total. That isn't on any of these sheets for the parade. Although the parade occurs after November 2nd, the amount of planning and registering that goes on, we would not be able to say, if the measure goes on the ballot in November and is passed, there's not enough time to retool and add a parade. So there'd be a question of if the majority council wants to invest in sort of the reserves to cover that so that it does occur. Either way, we can do that. If there isn't a majority that wants to do that, that's fine too. But I just thought that got left hanging.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up, because again, the savings that we're going to have on the code enforcement would basically offset that.
I don't know that we've ascertained there's savings. What?
Well,
constitutes
no, I
savings?
mean, because there was a plan to do away with the position, right? And it's going to be over 100,000 that we're looking at in savings by doing away with the pre-sale inspections.
But yeah, getting rid of the cost plus the staffing position equals the cut. But if we maintain the position, we still have to fund the salary, which
Right.
would come from the fees. So there is additional possible savings, but we haven't settled on what that is. So I wouldn't bank on what that is because the fees are covering the
Okay.
cost of the salary.
I don't think you're getting my drift, but that's okay,
I'm sorry.
because I know what I'm thinking. I don't know how to translate it over to you. But again, my idea is so many people, I mean, and every year you see the crowd getting bigger and bigger. To take that away from the people, this parade's been going on since World War II, and now taking it away from the community just doesn't seem like something that I'm interested in. But again, I'm just one. Okay.
So I guess the mayor made a motion. I'll second that motion.
So I just want to bring up a banner program that I know the city is running. And we contracted with a third-party vendor to be able to put banners with promoting businesses. Yet the city generates no revenue, but they're using our light poles. So can we look at that contract and see how we can generate money for the city, given the fact that they're using our light poles? Whenever that was negotiated, the city gets absolutely nothing, but yet the businesses are charged anywhere from 1,000 all the way up to 8,000 just to put up their logo and the city logo. Other options also trying to bring in revenue into the city, looking at parking options at Southgate Park.
So those, I guess, are discussions to have when we're looking at the fee schedule thing. I agree. There's a lot of things we got to look at.
So city manager, what you're indicating is that we will not be able to retain the inspector until these fees are adjusted. Is that correct?
Well, all these cuts were proposed for July 1st. So the purpose of having all of this now in April is to give us time to make adjustments as needed for any changes. So we would have time to bring forward that fee adjustment in May, have that finalized, and then the new funding revenue would begin for July, and the position would be maintained based on the direction of council for starting July 1st. So there would be funds if council directed us to do that.
So then an affirmative vote would be to lay off that employee for now. Am I correct?
No layoffs are proposed until July 1st. So if council approves keeping pre-sale starting July 1st, we have prior to July 1st, we'll have the new fee schedule approved by council, and then that position would stay employed until the end of June, continue forward, not laid off. In the event that that idea is not approved, the pre-sale program starting July 1st would end, and that position would receive a layoff. Does that make sense?
But if we've readjusted the fee to maintain it, I mean, we're saying that we want this to be.
Yeah, then the
ongoing.
position stays. That's
Right.
what I'm trying to say. Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's the current recommendation staff have do not include the pre-sale. So your amendment or your recommendation would include maintaining it. We'll come back with a new fee amount prior to July 1st to make sure there's the funding available to fund that one position.
And just almost treat it almost like if it's an enterprise fee, right? Like it's like an enterprise fund, right? Where we can say it's
Yeah, we'll track it that way. It doesn't work that way in the budget as
Right.
revenues are a separate fund, but we will understand that the saving equals expense. Yes.
okay.
So another question. After you talk to the unions and see what they want to do, say they are willing to furlough or take a reduction.
I'm sorry, Councilwoman Avalos, if you could speak up.
I can't hear you.
Yes. So after we converse with the unions and they indicate or they agree to either do furloughs or do a reduction in pay to be able to keep those employees. That would obviously change this projection. Am I correct?
Well, I guess the attorney can weigh in, but as I've stated before, my understanding of labor negotiations is we need to have a majority of council to give direction. And I would wait to see if we have two more affirmatives to take on that conversation. I think it's a very serious conversation to engage the unions. I think the unions have been aware of these cuts for over a year. They've been aware of the layoff list for several months. They have not offered any alternatives such as reductions in pay. So that would need to be an ask from the city, which I believe strays us into the area of labor negotiations, which would need a majority of council.
Well, we would have to agendize that, and there'd have to be a request to get that agendized.
Madam Clerk, we have a first and a second. Roll call, please.
Councilwoman Avalos,
No.
Councilmember Hurtado,
Yes.
Councilmember Davila,
Can you please repeat the motion?
My understanding of the motion, I guess I'm not usually the one repeating the motion. The list associated here proposed by Councilmember Rios of a total of $286,000 of reserves to be used to extend for short periods of time pushing the closure date of the pool, the fields, the recreation programs from October 1st to November 20th, keeping the restrooms cleaned at a higher
So this is
rate.
just for this.
For that list,
This
plus
motion is just for this.
plus the pre-sale program now converting to still staying intact, but now having a fee adjustment to the $1,739. What? Agenda item 1, accept all the recommendations from staff with the additions of
Okay,
maintaining
I got it.
that and
Thank
that.
you.
Yeah.
It's a yes.
thank you. Vice Mayor Rios,
Yes.
Mayor Barron.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you. Item number 2, please.
The City Council will continue adopting a resolution submitting a ballot measure text for the utility users tax measure for the voters at the November 3rd, 2026 general municipal election. Request that the LA County Board of Supervisors authorize the LA County Register Recorder / County Clerk to render all services necessary to conduct the election, allow the ballot arguments, and an impartial analysis. And B, reviewing the draft ordinance for voters' consideration of the utility users tax. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. City Manager?
Certainly, and just because we do have the uniqueness of a continued meeting, it might be helpful for those in the audience to realize that the first item was continued and had already had public comment. However, we're now into a new item that was not touched last meeting, and any of the items at the rest of the agenda, as I understand it, will have opportunities for public comment, including this item after the presentation or whenever council says it, just for those in the audience, so you can keep track of how our mechanisms work. With that, I'll kick off an item that we've discussed a number of times, and I will have a number of slides that would look very familiar for the council, but to just make sure as we're revisiting this after several months is the concept of, as we talked about the revenue problem, where we do not have enough revenue and it's causing us to deal with all these cuts. There's been discussion about opportunities to fill that gap. What do other cities do? And other cities around us use a utility users tax. So we've had this brought forward before. Quick review. What we're doing today is we're seeing whether to place a UT measure on the November 26th ballot. And that would allow the community members to vote and decide whether this tax would be happening or not happening. What happens, that's a community decision. The council's decision is whether to put it on the ballot. So the council is not deciding tonight whether to tax the community or not. So I just wanted to clarify that. As you know, when we've talked many times, there's a large structural gap in the area of 9 to 9.4 million. We've used all our one-time solutions, and we're starting budget cuts now in July, as has been directed by council in the prior item. What has caused the majority of this problem? We have costs like everyone does of labor costs, material costs, fuel costs, all the heating, air conditioning. We got to keep the pool warm. We got to cut the grass. All that is normal costs. But in addition to that, we have 4 main cost drivers that are going way beyond what the normal inflation rate is. If you think of a normal inflation rate being 3%, our labor costs actually at the city are running about 2.97% per year. So they're staying in tune with inflation and with our revenues that are around 3% a year. However, these items, these 4 items outlined over the last 6 years are exploding at a way higher rate, adding a total of $10 million in growth from 2019-20 to now. These are our unfunded pension liability, which is a part of our staff being a member of CalPERS for their pensions. Their investments have done poorly. We are stuck with having to fund additional funds ordered by us by CalPERS that are not optional. And the rate of that increase has been from 6 million 6 years ago to 10 million, which is a $4 million increase. Health insurance costs that are borne by most employers have increased at more like 10 to 12% a year, adding 2 million in the last 6 years. We get charged for insurance, for general insurance and workers' comp, but the main amount is general insurance. We get sued a lot, like every city. Every city is getting sued for a trip or a potential trip or an alleged trip or a car accident or you name it. And these tend to get very expensive. We try to do what we can to reduce the cost, but they add up both in our premiums and our payouts. And that increase has added over $3 million over the last 6 years per year. And then we have another thing on our parcel tax called a street landscaping district. And that was set up in 1990 without any inflation or CPI increase. So the rate being collected in 1990, we're now 36 years later, it's the same amount, but it's supposed to pay for tree trimming and medians and everything in the streets. However, costs have gone up exponentially. So we're subsidizing with general fund dollars, essentially $1 million each year. So that's a growth in $1 million, a total of over almost 1.6 million overall being subsidized. And that's grown $1 million in the last 6 years. So that adds up to 10.7 million. We're saying our deficit is a little more than 9 million. You can see these are costs that are outside of what the city's normal operating would be or our control, and we are short revenue to control them. So this again is just summarizing with some
Mr. City
notes.
Manager?
Yes.
Can you go back to that slide again? So, because I know that there are some people that are watching at home and some people that are here, it keeps on being repeated, mismanagement. These costs, can you be very clear? I think you already did that, but I want to make sure that people understand. These are costs not related to anything we did. We don't vote for this. We didn't support it. This is completely out of our control. Can you just make that perfectly clear for everybody?
Yes, I can. Beyond our control, CalPERS decides what the unfunded pension liability increase will be each year. We've had increases in a single year of $1 million. They tell us what it is. If we say no, our pension plan would be in default. They would issue us a payout of, I don't even have the number. I don't know if Stephen knows. It's probably $150 or $200 million that we'd have to come up with immediately. We're trapped. We can't get out of that. That's the same agreement that every city in our state has. There's some good parts about being in CalPERS, and the negatives are the costs get borne, whether we can't control it. Health insurance is going up for everyone. We don't have a way to avoid that same increase being impacted to us. Insurance, everyone's home insurance and car insurance is going up. Ours is going up. We're currently looking for cheaper insurance options, so we do keep looking, but we have limited control. And then I guess the street light landscaping, there would be the option to go back to the voter and ask for that parcel tax to be increased to the actual costs. And that's something that could be done, but that would be an additional vote of the voter to change that to our understanding. We're still researching if there's how that could be increased. But yes, not decisions council has made to do these increases or lack of increases. So quickly, we've talked about this many times. Where does the city get its revenue from? Property tax and sales tax. Sales tax 10.75%. City only gets 2%. There's a lot of misinformation out there saying the city's got the highest taxes. We're getting all this money. It's 2%. You buy a TV for $1,000. You pay $107.50 for the tax. The city gets $20, not $107. Other agencies, county, schools, all sorts of people get other chunks of the money. And then property tax, different cities have different percentages, but per dollar that you send to for Southgate taxes on property, we get 6.15%. That's the lowest rate of any of our surrounding communities. There's a whole story of how we got there, but we can't change that. We're stuck with that, and that makes our revenues lower than many of our surrounding communities. Where does all the money go? Here's the percentage by department. This is not strange if you look at other cities around us that have police departments. They either have a police department or they have a very large county contract number, which equates very similarly to the percentage of total budget. Each department has different sized budgets. We actually have a percentage-wise very large park budget for the many facilities we do have compared to some of our surrounding communities, but that's where the money goes. There's no big storehouse of 20% of our budget going to reserves. It's all getting used to operate. The decision that we've had before us.
City manager,
Yes.
sorry to interrupt, but can you go back to that again? Can you please explain to the people why the police department gets that kind of percentage? And what I want you to touch on is the fact that while other departments have ability to obtain grants, police departments do not. Can you cover that, please?
Certainly, yeah, that is a piece, especially in our public works side. If you looked at the actual size of the total budget for public works, which includes doing capital projects in the city like paving, like our parks, building things, as well as maintaining, there are all sorts of funding sources from measures that have come out for gas tax that we get a piece of. There's grants that we can get to help fund construction of operations like a new park, like Urban Orchard, $30 million construction, entirely covered in grants. None of that is on this chart. This is general fund. This is tax revenue that's coming to the city and going out. If we get a grant we pave Tweedy, at least the Tweedy Mile. The Tweedy Mile, $9 million project, not from these sources, from a grant. So the city's does really good at getting grants, but we can't use them to operate our police force, pay salaries of staff. That's a shortcoming of the system. I don't know why, but getting grants to help the police department are not where they give the money. And so that group we have to pay out of our general fund. We also have a minimum staffing required for a size of our city, which gives a limit to how far we can cut that department. If someone said, well, let's just make it 30%, it seems too big. If you want to have 911 calls answered right away, a city our size with the volume of calls to give 24/7 service, we need to have 9 dispatchers available. If we have less than that, you could be put on hold. You could be waiting 3-5 minutes to get a call. We can't afford that. Because we have 100,000 people here. So when you do all the math on the dispatchers, how many minimum police officers we have to have backup for calls for 911 out in the street on a Friday night or Saturday night, we do tight staffing of the minimum number. If we get below that, we're below a level of safety. So this latest cut is reducing $3.4 million out of the police department. We can't recommend going any lower. So the percentage in other cities around us is higher because it's critical 911 service, and we're stuck with that. We can't get grants. Does that cover everything? All right, so our 2 options to deal with this deficit and this gap we've talked about many times: maintain the services and find a new revenue source, or cut the budget. We had talked about this idea in February about looking at putting a measure on the June ballot to see if the community before the cuts would have to happen July 1st would approve a new revenue source in a UT. We didn't get that on the ballot in June, so we are now doing the cuts, as you watched in the prior meeting, of 9.4 million and having all the services impacted. But this before us is the option of could the UT go on November for the ballot if approved. That would be a new local revenue source to preserve services. So the service cuts we just went over. So again, it's going to dramatically impact all cities, even with the adjustments to add back we've talked about. You will see major reduction in starting July 1st in our graffiti program. In September, no crossing guards. We will have less services in our parks, and we will have virtually no we'll have no large special events after July 4th. We'll have beyond everything after that will be off. We will have graffiti problems in our city. We'll go from 7-day-a-week to 4-day-a-week coverage. You'll see it all throughout the city, and that'll start July 1st. None of us are happy about it. None of us want to do it, but that's the options without more revenue. The option, if we want to look for more revenue, the UUT. What is a UUT? It's a tax that is on utilities like electric, gas, water, sewer, cable, cell, and internet costs. Local voters are the ones that decide whether it goes on the ballot, whether it gets approved or not. 163 agencies in the state have this UUT. All the surrounding cities around us have a UUT. And the revenue, 100% of that UUT stays in the city. It's not like sales tax where 10.75 is collected. We all pay it in Southgate, and 8.75 leaves the city and 2% stays with us. Here, 100% stays in the city to support services. What's being proposed would be an amount of 7% added to these bills. And it would be the actual usage. So it's hard to say if you're a high utility user, it's 7% of those bills. If you're a low utility user, it's 7% of those bills. And the utility providers would automatically collect it and remit it to the city. We are proposing in the language to exempt low-income residents that are over 65. This is common, and we've looked at all the programs surrounding the city and the other UUTs. That's the only group that we've seen consistently exempted. And if we exempt more groups, the more groups we exempt, the less revenue comes in, the higher the percent has to go. So there's, we can start talking about exempting every group we can think of. In the end, each one reduces revenue, but this is the norm. So a reduction in 65 and older, what we've done is looked at what are examples of how this program operates in other situations. There is a CPUC low-income assistance program that many low-income seniors participate in. This gives them reduced rates for electricity and for gas, and it's statewide. And so many community members are already accessing that. Their criteria is the same as what we'd propose for the criteria to show you're eligible. And that would include the person over 65, that's their primary residence. Their household income is below the low income threshold that the CPUC uses, and that there's an annual application put in. The household income is important because what we're trying to say is that if everybody should pay some contributions for the services they use in the city, be it drive on the roads, parks, or policing, whatever it is, only exempting seniors that perhaps, low income, that makes sense. But if in their household, there's many other family members generating lots of income and using all the services, the proportionate thought of contributing to have that entire house exempted doesn't seem to measure up as being fair in the process of every other community member. So it'd be the household income versus just the senior in that income, and you would add that up. And if it goes above the threshold, no exemption. Below it would be exempted. So this is a program that's used for CPUC for reduction in, it's very related, used for utility bills to get a reduced rate. And that's being proposed to be how you would go about getting exemption for low-income seniors.
Can you
Um,
go back to that slide, City
sure.
Manager?
Let
So
me go the right
where
way.
it indicates how to apply, it says to apply to the city tax administrator. Who is the tax administrator?
We would have a choice that cities around us do, and we would work on, given direction by the council, either an internally staffed position or contract with a firm that does this. And a lot of cities use a contract firm, and some cities use in-house. We have not, without direction that this is our mechanism, we haven't assessed that yet.
Okay, well, that's not what it indicates in here. It indicates that the income thresholds are set by the city manager and updated annually. So is it going to be you, or is it going to be a third party, or is it going to be our finance department who actually oversees the program, given the fact that we're talking about income for the seniors?
The part that it says set by the city manager is just the income threshold, which would be consistent with the level of the CPUC, their level. So they would set it each year and we would adopt that. Under my name, we can change the name if that's a problem. And then the actual administration of it, to be determined. Finance would ultimately be reviewing and auditing any results, but they would either administrate it or we'd contract through the finance department for that service.
Do we know what the cost would be for a third-party vendor?
We have not assessed that at this point, but this is the same mechanism that cities around us are using. It's either in-house or with a third-party vendor. And so we'd be following a model and getting advice from these other cities of how to best do this process.
Mr. Mayor, you want to hold on a couple of minutes? Because our interpreter.
Our
just
interpreters
walked out.
just needing a break. You
Yes,
wanna
can we take a
couple
break?
minutes?
Yeah,
Yeah, let's take a break. 5-minute
Thank you.
break. Thank you. Madam Clerk, do we know where Councilwoman Avalos is at? I just, to be mindful to everybody who's here, I want to make sure we get this meeting going. All righty.
Now we lost the city attorney.
Now we lost the city attorney. We
Don't
don't-
go look for him.
All right. Thank you. All right, Miss City Clerk. All right, go ahead and get back going. City Manager, you want to continue your presentation?
Certainly. Let me get. Okay. So speaking again about the UUT and how does Southgate compare and how much revenue we get from this revenue source compared to cities around us? You can see all these cities around us have a UUT. They get millions of dollars every year to help fund their police, their parks, all the things we're talking about cutting. They're receiving funding through a utility users tax, and Southgate is receiving nothing. So when you're comparing apples to apples, you could understand that we're short revenue that other cities are getting to fund the same types of services that other cities are receiving. And you can see all the surrounding cities around us. When you calculate, each city has a different population size. So when you try to convert how much each city is gathering per 100,000 residents, which is Southgate's side, and you convert that to an actual millions of dollars, you can see the average being received by surrounding communities is $9 million per 100,000 residents. Southgate has 100,000 residents. We're receiving zero. The proposed 7% rate equates to $9 million for revenue to be on par with our surrounding communities. All of the 12 cities around us have a UT. Southgate is the only one without one. I did a chart. We've talked about this information so many different ways, but I tried this one as an example because something I've heard is we passed a sales tax measure in 2008, and that, how could we ever need more money than that? Well, if you want to look at surrounding cities around us, for an example, here's all the UUT revenue, and you can see which year all these cities took on their UUT. So Southgate has none. Downey put in a percentage in 2012, Lakewood in 2008, et cetera, et cetera. But then you look at other tax measures these cities have added over the years. And you've got Southgate added Measure P, which is now $14 million a year for the 1% sales tax. Downey had their own measure in 2000, one of their measures in 2016. Lakewood, Bellflower, so they all have their starting measure at different years for different amounts. But then, so you see already, Southgate has one revenue source, and all the other cities have two that we're comparing to. Then Downey added another measure in 2024. Lakewood, another measure in 2020. Bellflower, another measure for cannabis in 2017. You have Pico Rivera adding another measure, and you have Paramount adding another one in 2024. And then actually Bellflower added another one in 2020. So that's 3 measures plus EUT. And then you see the total amount of revenue generated from these different cities, understanding other than Downey, all these cities are smaller than our city, and their total revenue they're generating from these is much higher. We haven't converted this to per 100,000, but for instance, Paramount would, their amount would need to be greatly increased to show the fact they're much smaller than us. But the bottom line showing is this is very normal in surrounding cities to have multiple tax revenue sources because costs have increased over the years, and Southgate hasn't taken that action. So to think that somehow we're singled out as with one tax measure, no UUT, that this city is somehow mismanaged, but every other city around us that has multiple measures and has come back to the community multiple times is managed better. I'm not trying to make a slight at other cities, but I'm just trying to add a little more understanding of the tax situation that exists and the lack of revenue all of us, not just Southgate, are suffering through due to costs just like ours for pensions, for costs like insurance. These same things are impacting our neighbors, and they're taking measures to the ballot in order to help fund these costs in order to keep their services happening. And Southgate has not done that. And the question of a UT is to say, should we get that extra revenue to help keep those services going like our neighbors have done, or should we not? I also want to point out in June alone, and that's not including next November, but this June alone, this is a list of LA County cities and even the city of LA putting sales tax measures, hotel tax, and business tax on the ballot in June. This is not a strange us-only situation. This is happening everywhere, including our neighbors like Bell and Bell Gardens and Commerce. Those are close cities, and you see Lomita and others as well. So this is happening all around us. There'd be an entirely different list for November, including, I believe, Paramount, and I'm not sure some other cities. Not everyone's decided yet, but there'll be many more cities in November dealing with the same issue. I also wanted to bring up there'd been a lot of conversation about the language of Measure P, that somehow it had highlighted. Apologize for it not being totally zoomed in, but this is the actual ballot question from the actual 2008. I think most people understand that it said that it would preserve services by funding general city services such as, not exclusively, such as hiring additional police officers, maintaining youth gang and anti-drug programs, et cetera. It lists a whole bunch of things, but it's such as, it's general services such as, but all. And it doesn't mention anywhere that it mentions that there'll be independent financial audits and expenditure reports with citizens' financial oversight, which has been completed through audits that are available publicly. Our budget every year is presented publicly. There's always public comment. There's an ability for the community to provide their thoughts and oversight at any time, and has since 2008. And the fact that there is no tracking separately of a general tax to track every dollar, you're not allowed legally to be taking a general tax and holding those particular dollars separately and assigning them ahead of time to certain uses. That's not permitted. A general tax needs to be put in general revenues. And if the council each year decides to allocate them for certain programs, they have that ability. The community can speak out each year and determine how those allocations are made. If the community decides they want to push a certain support for certain types of uses, that's part of the normal annual process. A special tax, which is different, requires, instead of 50% plus one for oversight, it requires 66.7% for a pass. That can be separated as a certain fund for certain dollars and tracked separately. But that's not, none of the cities around us have done that for their sales tax or the UUT tax. General tax is the going way this occurs. In addition, when I'm just dealing with questions that have come out from the community, there's been questions about a survey that was conducted back in actually December of 2025. And so there's been questions about actual copies of reports that we've had through Public Record Act requests. All those have been submitted to people that have requested, but the actual answers or the final report was not provided in a paper mode or any kind of, it was explained by the consultant what the results were. So it's not something that comes in the form of a document, but the council, even though it's not discoverable, has decided that they're fine with disclosing this. There's no secret here, but it's apparently of interest, and it provided the following information. So total interviews conducted during that survey done by a third-party consultant. The city consulted using Civex Consulting, who's combined in a partnership with a FM3 survey company, who's the gold standard of doing surveys throughout the Southern California, as well as an attorney's office that handled legal questions about wording and process. The combination of that service provided a survey. 359 people reached out in both English and Spanish through telephone, email, and text. And the results of that can be summarized on this slide here. So when asked, and this is over the course of a very short conversation without a lot of specific detail being asked, would you be in favor of a 7% utility users tax measure? The community answered definitely yes, 30%, probably yes, 9%, undecided but leaning yes, 2%. Definitely no, 30%, probably no, 9%, undecided, leaning no, 2%. What that ended up with is 41% yes, 42% no, with a number of undecided being 17%. So that's the big reveal of the results, which essentially leads to a coin flip of a community and a decision, all the more rationale to put something on a ballot when there isn't a clear direction of a council, of a community deciding through the purpose of a survey what direction should the community take. But those are the results. So that leads us to the proposed ballot language, which has been disclosed multiple times. Just for a refresher, the idea of the fiscal emergency, it exists in the city, as you've seen, with the $9 million plus for cuts and the amount of services we're going to cut. We'd like to maintain our street maintenance, our youth programs, our park funding. That's the name of the measure. It would prevent passing the measure would prevent cuts to city Southgate services, including, not exclusively, including maintain street sidewalks, school crossing guards, parks, recreation programs, police 911 support services, and other general fund uses by establishing a 7% utility tax, exempting low-income seniors, providing approximately $9 million until ended by voters, requiring independent audits, public disclosure of all expenditures, local control to benefit Southgate residents. So that's the draft ballot language that's been shared multiple times. How does it get approved or go to the ballot? It's a general tax, simple majority, 50% plus one. No supermajorities required under California law, but it must go to the voters. City council cannot adopt a tax on their own. It only takes effect if approved by the voters, and it becomes an ordinance if approved by the elections code. And then when we look at I've already mentioned, I guess, the thought of the 7% being consistent with cities around us or providing the equivalent revenue of cities around us when we convert to the 100,000 per population. That averages out to $9 million, which is a 7% rate. The categories that we would use are consistent with cities around us. The exemption of the lower income seniors is consistent as well. And if the percentage was raised, it would allow for higher revenue, but it's, again, more money out of the community's pocket. If it was lowered, it results in less revenue, which would not restore all the cuts. Currently, the recommendation is 7%. So what happens next? If the council decides to put it on the November ballot, we finalize the ballot materials. There's a community education period. Then the community decides to whether to approve the UT or not. The November, is it the 3rd or the 2nd? November 3rd, 2026? That first Tuesday in November. If there is no action to put it on the ballot, then all the cuts that we've discussed for the July cuts become permanent, and there is no, the services will not be restored. If it's passed in November, then the council can then make determination to restore services. Community, of course, will be always collected at this whole process or requested to provide input through written comments, attending meetings, staying informed. And of course, if put on the ballot, it's the voters that decide. Okay, I think that was the end of the slides. Yes, and then just again, the vote would be to put it on the ballot, not to impose the tax.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead and open up to any members here in the audience. If you have any comment regarding item number 2, please start lining up over here up against the wall. and make your comment. Thank you. I would just remind that we do not clap or make a loud noise. This is a recording of an event, right? We're like a proceeding, so we want to make sure that we're able to hear all the responses. Thank you. The green button.
Before I begin, I just wanted to illustrate to the audience and even to the council and the city, perhaps what the average amount of monthly bills would look like to the resident. I looked this up, and apparently there are about 4 occupants per household. So what is going up if UUT is approved? Well, your electric bill is going up 7%. Your natural gas bill is going up 7%. Your water bill is going up 7%. Your sewer bill, which is attached to water, is going up 7%. Mind you, this is on top of the recent increase to your sewer bill, which is largely linked to your water bill. It's proportional. Cable TV, if you have that, that's right, 7%. Your cell phone bill, your wife's or husband's cell phone bill, and perhaps your 2 kids, all of their cell phone bills. That's right, all of them going up 7%. I have not even talked about Hulu, Netflix, Disney, any streaming services that you have. Those are potentially on the table as they're part of the telecommunications provision of UUT. It is a crazy expenditure when you add all these things up. And I think the average household is going to look at this as a financial burden. The other thing I want to clear up, you council members are very quick to call out misinformation, so I got one for you. You council members are conducting, or practicing, I should say, a form of misinformation. And the one I'll highlight today is a fiscal emergency. We do not have a fiscal emergency. I'll say that very clearly once more. We do not have a fiscal emergency. Not at all. How do I know this conclusively? Because the legislative body here that I'm looking at today agreed. Now, perhaps not individually, but by the book, you guys determined we do not have a fiscal emergency. So don't tell the public we have one. You can state, it is my opinion that we have a fiscal emergency. It is my opinion we are fiscally burdened. Everybody knows that. How did we get here? Well, remember, your fiscal emergency, as you state, or your willful neglect, as I state, was caused by sheer ignorance, lack of accountability. In the ignorance, I'm focusing on the fiscal financial reports, your former city treasurer, all these people telling you you have a looming deficit, including myself, and you all ignored it. Was it dumb? Absolutely. But is it a fiscal emergency? No. Why do I know that? Because this legislative body determined it was not such. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Nelson Hermosillo, Dorothy Avenue. I wanted to touch on the consultant. I'm old enough to remember I spoke against hiring that consulting company at a price of over $100,000 not so long ago. For that price, I believe they should generate a report, or at the very minimum, they should come in and show us, the residents, the voters, the results of their survey instead of passing it on through the city manager. No disrespect, Mr. City Manager. They should, if it's a verbal presentation, show it to us. At the end of the day, we paid $100 and something thousand and we learned absolutely nothing. With respect to the UUT, we do need it. On the one hand, we do need it. However, 2 things can be true at once. We're also spending more than we should. Looking at the warrant register from last week, we're still spending money on things we don't need. Not so long ago, there was an outrage about sending employees to Town and Country in San Diego and these conferences. It's happening again. We paid for conferences. We're going down to San Diego to Town and Country yet once again. You're asking us to have faith in you and push this UUT and the UUT will be our savior. Unfortunately, that's not the case. If we keep spending the way we're spending, in 2 years, 1 year, who knows, we're going to be right back here. The UUT it's not a catch-all. We need to control our spending. The directors need to scrutinize what you're spending the money on. I mean, we're spending on water. We're spending several memberships for AI. Why can't we consolidate that? Why can't we look at the budget more closely? We're printing. We're talking about closing the pool, but we're printing the Connect, $17,000 a quarter. That could be used even if it holds the pool open for a day. Cancel the printing. Stop mailing out stuff. Stop paying the postal service. These are things that can be looked at. You're not showing us, the voters, that you're taking this matter serious. So here's my proposal. I'm calling on the city council. I'm calling on the directors. Put your money where your mouth is. The council, it's a part-time job. Give up your benefits. Give up your salary. Show us that you care, and then we'll have faith in you in pushing this through. But that's not happening. The health benefits for city council, I'm not sure if that's true or not. All of you are either retired or have employment. You know, the mayor was talking about the meals, like making a big deal about the meals. If that was me in your seat, I'd give up everything I have to push the city forward. But we're not seeing that from you guys. We're not seeing that from the directors. Scrutinize your budgets. If an employee comes in and says, hey, I want to go to this conference in San Diego, like, do you want to go to the conference, or do you want to save the employee next to you from being laid off? Pay attention. Pay attention to what's going on. Yes, we have the money right now. We're not going to have that money in July. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Yancy Lopez, and I run a business here in the city of Southgate. I'm here today to speak against the proposed 7% UUT tax and also against placing the measure on the ballot. Like many in this community, I understand that the city is facing a budget deficit, but how we respond to that deficit matters. And placing an additional tax on residents and small businesses should not be the first solution. We've been told that rising costs like pension, insurance, and utilities are out of the city's control. But that's not entirely accurate. While systems like CalPERS and insurance markets do influence costs, the city still makes decisions that directly impact how those costs become. Decisions on staffing, salaries, benefits, contracts, and risk management. So to present that these costs are completely uncontrollable removes accountability. And that brings me to the tax. The UUT is a continuous tax on essential services like electricity, gas, water, phone, and internet, meaning us residents will pay it every single month on every bill. To put that into real numbers, if a household is paying around $300 to $400 a month in utilities, a 7% tax adds about $21 to $28 more every month. That's roughly $250 to $330 a year just in taxes on basic necessities. For small businesses where utility bills can reach $1,000 per month or more, that's an additional $70 or more every month, or around $840 a year. For context, every 1% added to this tax is about $3 to $4 more per month for the average household. Now, I understand the argument that neighboring cities have similar taxes, typically ranging from 5 to 10%, with an average of around 7 to 8. But Southgate is currently at 0%. So this isn't an adjustment. This is introducing a brand new permanent tax on essential services for every resident in the city. And just because other cities have this tax does not mean it isn't a burden. It simply means the residents are paying more every single month. I also understand that a survey was conducted where about 42% of respondents say they would vote no, and 41% said they would vote yes. But that's a divided community. And when you look closer, the survey only included 359 people out of a city of over 90,000 residents. That's less than half of 1% of the population. So not only is the community split, but the data being used represents a very small portion of the people who will actually be impacted by this decision. The tax is also regressive, meaning it impacts lower income households the hardest because a large portion of their income already goes towards basic needs. And unlike other expenses, there's no way to avoid it. People can't just stop using electricity, gas, or water. So what this really does is create a permanent increase in the cost of living for the people of Southgate. And again, this is being proposed before fully addressing the internal decisions that are contributing to the deficit. Thank you, guys.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jennifer Daly with the nonprofit Sella for a Better Tomorrow. I'm here to oppose the utility users tax. Residents are being asked to take on an additional 7% tax while the city reports a $9.4 million deficit. Before you can ask the community to pay more, I think you need to answer a basic question. Where has the money been going and why is there so little transparency here? The city spent $114,000 in taxpayer funds on a utility users tax survey, and the results have not been released to the public. That graph was bogus, and I've seen the receipts, and you've not actually shared the real data. Residents paid for that data, and they're being asked to vote on a tax without ever seeing it. I've been contacting the city about JB Hunt Truck Yard at 4552 Ardeen Street since November 2024. The city determined that truck storage was not a legal use and set a February 2026 deadline for compliance. The deadline has passed, and instead of enforcement, the city states the situation is under review with no timeline or answers. There's no accountability. This is selective enforcement. And we've seen this before. As you remember, just last year, residents had to fight to shut down Engel's illegal truck yard at 8530 Alameda, something the city failed to act on until the community forced the issue. This is not proactive governance. There is a pattern here. So when you say the city's broke, residents are asking why. Because from where we stand, it looks like certain businesses are allowed to operate outside the law, avoid consequences, and continue generating profit while residents are expected to make up the difference. And now you're asking working families to cover that gap with higher taxes. Meanwhile, residents are living with unsafe streets, missing lighting, brown water, and pedestrian injuries and fatalities that you could have prevented by putting in crosswalks. You have been unable to provide basic services, but you are asking for more money, not to mention the amount of taxpayer dollars the council has spent on gifts, trips, clothing, and parties. This is not just about a tax, it's about trust. And right now, the trust is gone. You cannot place any new tax on the ballot without full transparency. Release the survey results, the actual data. Shut down illegal truck yards like the one at Ardeen. Provide honest answers to your residents and demonstrate that the law is being applied equally. It's time to stop prioritizing your own backroom deals and start serving the people of Southgate. That is your responsibility. I want to be very clear. This community is organized, paying attention and documenting everything, and they will continue to demand accountability and escalate this. And your residents will remember that these decisions when it comes time to vote in November. Thank you.
Good evening, Jimmy Oseta, Southgate resident. I'm here once again to talk about failed leadership and fiscal incompetence and why the UET is not the solution. Let me be crystal clear. We can't trust you with more money. Let's go back to August 2025. This council already knew by their own acknowledgement that we were staring down an $8 million deficit. So what did we do differently as a majority of council members? Nothing. They approved over $1 million in staff salaries and continued to approve hiring of 20 of the 54 vacant positions. That's not leadership, that's recklessness. Incompetence and failed leadership has consequences, and it's our city workers, their families, Southgate residents that are paying the price. This happened on your watch. But let me be clear, the city has had financial issues since 2016. I presented basic fiscal management solutions on this podium. Solutions have been ignored. Our diverse community is struggling to survive. My neighbor who's lived in Southgate for over 50 years, whose home was already paid off, just lost his home because he couldn't afford to pay his property taxes. Let that sink in. Small family businesses are laying off their entire staff. The struggle is real. But let me remind you of the undocumented residents who live in our community in the shadows. These individuals will be broken by this. Our city's line staff, those that live in our city, people who serve our community, are being directed by their supervisors to support the UUT. But on the other hand, they're worried about being hit with a 7% utility users tax on top of everything else. Councilmember Hurtado shared that neighboring cities are facing financial difficulties with a UUT and a cannabis tax. But here's the point. It proves the UUT is not a long-term solution. When expenses rise in our households, we're feeling that today. We tighten our belts, we don't drain our savings and call it uncontrollable costs. It was business as usual for city leadership. They tapped into city reserves and emergency funds, and now here we are in this financial mess. Throwing money at this problem will not fix it. Changing who makes these decisions will. No trust, no UUT.
Good evening, Lisette Ruiz. I live on Kaufman. I'm a property owner. I was able to finally purchase our home in 2020. I've lived here in Southgate since 2006. Yeah, I agree. Nobody likes to pay taxes, and I know it's hard for many of our neighbors to do so. I've personally been there. In 2008, I supported Measure P. I was a student at Cal State Long Beach and was working 2 to 3 jobs at the time just to make ends meet. Some days I couldn't even afford to eat more than a cup of noodles. One time, this lady asked me for money while I was putting gas, and I had to tell her, you know what? The little money that I have is to put gas to go to school. I don't even have enough to eat today. And even then, I voted for Measure P because I understood the importance of funding our general services and all our parks programs. I don't regret it. I don't regret it now, and I'm not going to regret voting yes if we are able to put a UUT this November, because like I've said here before, I think it's my responsibility as an active member of this community, somebody who's grew up in Southeast LA, to support my community. Even when, I didn't have anything to spare, I knew the importance of supporting all the benefits, all the people in my community. And now I'm asking the same thing of my neighbors. Now that I have a kid that I want to have go through all the sports programs, I want to have her walk safely to school nearby, I'm asking my community to step up. I know it's not easy, but if we don't want our city to fail and for the state to take over, that's going to be what it takes. It's easy to complain about all the things that haven't happened, but we also need to understand that we've been severely understaffed. We've already had this problem. We've been lucky, I think, to have all the projects that we've been able to have in our city, all the street improvement projects. Everything that I've ever complained about, every service request has been taken care of like that. And I have no complaints about it because I see it happen. I don't just sit by, watch something, a light that is broken and walk by it. I report it and it gets taken care of. And I think it's because of the great management in our city. And even despite with all the vacancies, we've been able to make it work. And we've been able to make it work this long without having to pay a UUT. So honestly, I don't understand why we hold it against the city that they've, been able to fill the gap using reserves and federal grants to not have to impose a tax on us. And it's been talked about, and I've been here during those discussions, and they said we don't want to put a tax on our residents right now. Unfortunately, time's running out. I don't want the state to take over. I don't want to lose RPD. So vote yes.
Thank you.
And please put it on the ballot.
Thank you.
Good evening, Robert Montalvo, Southgate resident. You took $114,000 and you have nothing to show for it except 2 videos. How do you conduct business like that? Is that the way the entire city runs? We just take videos? There's no paper trail, no accountability? Rob, take a note of that, because I think you guys are hiding and I think you guys are lying, and I think that's why you have a credibility problem with the people in the city. Now, you bring up Measure P and the way it's worded. I remember when it came by, they were explaining it to me. They said it was for the police. The same language that you're using right now. And guess what? It wasn't used for the police. You just threw it in the pot to pay for Lululemon pants, trips, reckless spending. That's why we're in this mess today. And Yodit, why didn't you tell me that there was no records, that it was recorded? I sent you a public records request. The least you could have done was just tell me that instead of just flat saying no and giving me an incomplete response. It is unfortunate that people are going to lose their jobs, but one particular group that you're not discussing is a 12.2% of people that live below the poverty line. How is this tax going to affect them? Some of you brag that you go and give food to people and stuff like that. How do you think this is going to affect them if they're barely making it? You think $10, $20, whatever your number is is gonna, they can afford it, if they can barely afford to pay for groceries right now at this time, that is something that boggles my mind. For people that refuse to be about the people, during these discussions, I've watched them all. You've never mentioned them. None of you. You never talk about the bottom 10% at all. It's about a handful of employees, which is unfortunate. But if you're not including the most vulnerable in the discussion, what are you here for? I just don't understand what your mentality is other than just to do a money grab. Anyway, so I just want to end with, social media didn't create the deficit. Your reckless spending did.
Hey, good afternoon, council, residents and staff. My name is Brandon Williams. I represent MEA. I represent a large portion of the employees here in the city of Southgate. So I did want to start with a little story. It ties into the UUT. So during the week, my wife and I typically make coffee at home in an effort to save money. But on Sunday, my wife started a tradition like she likes to do. And so I'm responsible for treating her to a little cafecito at our local mom and pop cafe in Huntington Park, where we reside. Yesterday, when I was picking up our coffees, I overheard a Southgate resident say something about attending today's council meeting and how they were opposed to the utilities users tax because council got us into this mess, and why should I have to pay more? And I thought to myself in that moment, how ironic. Do we not all understand that every time we buy anything outside of this city, we're likely paying into a UUT? For example, when you guys go to Portals and Downey to pick up food, you're paying into Downey's UUT because the city of Downey has one. When you take your family to shop and eat at Linwood at Plaza Mexico, you're paying into a utilities users tax because the city of Linwood has one. And so does every city that borders Southgate. So are we saying as stakeholders in this city that we're willing to pay into other cities' utilities users tax and fund their services and their programs, but we're unwilling to fund the programs and services here in Southgate? I honestly think that's ridiculous. Secondly, I've heard from community commissioners, social media influencers, and even recently Councilmember Avalos to state that we have a spending problem here in the city of Southgate. Well, my association and my union believes it's a great time for all of you guys to identify the overspending. I've heard it for years. It's been well over a year of hearing about this deficit. It's been over a year of staff answering your questions and providing additional information at these meetings. It's been several years you've had access to the budget and information pertaining to city finances. If there's something outside of what staff has identified as a reason for the deficit, I believe it's time for all of you guys to inform us. No more shouting corruption without evidence, no more spreading false narratives that suit your agendas, and no more gaslighting residents and staff with claims that can't be substantiated. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, alcalde, concilio, directores. Esta conversación sobre el impuesto es una
Make sure
conversación.
you give us a break so that way she can translate.
This conversation about the tax,
Esa conversación no es nada más sobre el impuesto, sino que es sobre el dinero que les vamos a dar, el dinero que nos hemos ganado.
it's about the money that we will be giving you that we have earned.
Ese dinero que nos hemos ganado es más dinero que se le va a dar a la ciudad
The money we have
Ah.
earned is more money that we will be giving to the city
para fundar otras cosas, ¿no? Entonces, no nada más es sobre el impuesto, sino que es por ese dinero, ¿verdad?
It's not just about the tax, it's about that money we're giving you, right?
Ahora, me gustaría hablar sobre el impuesto que están proponiendo y lo hemos dicho anteriormente que es muy similar al presupuesto o la medida P.
The tax we're speaking of now is very similar to Measure P.
Se comentó en la junta anterior que quizás había una confusión sobre el impuesto, que era un impuesto especial o un impuesto general.
So it was discussed in the previous meeting that there was confusion whether it was a general tax or a special tax.
Y no hay ninguna confusión. Sabemos que es un impuesto general,
There is no confusion. We know it's a general tax.
pero en la manera que está escrito, las primeras cosas que se indicaron era policía, programas para jóvenes, calles, parques.
But the way that it was written, indicated it was for the police, parks, which other ones? I'm sorry, which other ones did you say?
Programas para jóvenes y las calles.
Programs for the youth and for fixing streets.
Y si ustedes los residentes y los empleados se fijan, háganse la pregunta si se nota eso en la ciudad.
And so for you residents and employees, you should question if you see the changes in the city.
Porque ese dinero supuestamente se iba a usar para eso y algunas otras cosas generales también.
Because that money was supposed to be used for that and for a few other general items as well.
Pero la pregunta sigue la misma. ¿Se nota en la comunidad?
But the question remains the same. Can you see it in the community?
Ahora, un impuesto general requiere de 50% más uno para pasar,
A general tax takes 50% plus 1 to pass,
lo que indica que es mucho más fácil de pasar ese y mucho más fácil de gastar ese dinero en otras cosas
which indicates that it's much easier to pass versus other options
y gastar en otras cosas.
and to waste in other things.
Entonces, si es más fácil de pasar y más fácil de gastar en otras cosas, ¿dónde quedaron las prioridades que se apuntaron las primeras 5? Que vuelvo a repetir: policía, programas para jóvenes, calles, parques y otros servicios.
So if it's easier to pass and to waste, then where are the priorities of those first 5 items that were mentioned?
Ahora, seguimos a la propuesta que está ahorita enfrente de nosotros. Casi el lenguaje es idéntico y vuelven a indicar esas mismas 5 cosas al principio. ¿Qué van a hacer la siguiente vez? ¿Nos van a decir que lo pasaron prometiendo esas cosas, pero se gastó en otras cosas?
In the same measure, the same 5 items are shown as a priority. The language is almost the same. So what are you going to do on the next one?
¿Van a decir que se van a gastar en eso o lo van a gastar en otras cosas?
Are you saying that it will be spent on that, or will you waste it on other things?
Porque con eso se están lavando las manos ahorita.
That's
Con
why you're washing your hands.
con decir que se pueden usar para otras cosas. Y vuelvo a preguntar, esas 5 cosas, háganse la pregunta, ¿se nota en la ciudad?
Will those 5 things that you mentioned, will we notice it in the community?
Ahora también el concejal Hurtado y el city manager
Council member Hurtado and the city manager
sí han preguntado si me quiero reunir con ellos, pero hemos hecho preguntas y no se nos han dado las respuestas.
have mentioned that they wanted to meet with me. However, they don't answer the questions that I ask.
Y las preguntas que hemos hecho es, ¿dónde se ha gastado ese dinero? Porque no se nota en la comunidad.
The question is, where has that money been spent? Because you do not see it in the community.
Entonces, si quieren reunirse en una junta privada, ¿qué me van a decir en esa junta que no pueden decir aquí ahora?
So if you want to have a private meeting with me, what is going to be discussed that you cannot discuss in front of everyone?
Porque aquí yo creo que conviene mejor, porque aquí se puede dar cuenta toda la comunidad, en vez de nada más 1 o 2 personas.
It makes sense for it to be with the community so that everyone can hear, not just 1 or 2 people.
Entonces, la pregunta aquí es simple, ¿no? ¿Queremos darles más de nuestro dinero y vamos a confiar en ustedes que se van a hacer las cosas que nos están prometiendo?
So you want us to give you more money and trust in you that you will do what you're saying will do?
Porque si vemos en la comunidad, la pregunta es simple y no me hagan caso a mí y no le hagan caso a los concejales. Los residentes mismos pueden ver en la comunidad.
The question is simple, and don't listen to me or to the council members, but do you see these changes in the community?
Entonces, si confiamos en ustedes, ¿qué es lo que vamos a ver? Porque hasta ahorita no sé si se puede hacer esa confianza o se pueda dar esa confianza.
So if we trust in you, what is it that we're going to see? Because as of right now, there is no trust.
Entonces, acuérdense, el lenguaje que está en la medida del impuesto que están proponiendo ahora
So remember the language that's in the measure that we're looking at now.
es para policía, parques, programas de jóvenes y otras cosas. Vamos a ver si lo van a prometer
Thank
y lo
you
van a
very
hacer.
much.
Gracias.
Good evening, everyone. Robin Logan, resident on Hunt Avenue. I'm a little really kind of baffled at the same time, I'm always baffled when I come here because it seems like we keep kicking the can down the road on making a choice. And we tried to make a choice in January hoping that we would be able to have a vote. We were told, no, we're not going to have a vote. Now we're going to go ahead and consider whether or not we're going to be able to have a vote, a say. Majority of the people here don't want to pay anything for anything that they don't have to. I understand that. If I have to give Disney Channel versus having a cup of coffee or worry about, a fellow resident that would be working as the gentlemen that are in the back of the room, I would rather pay my money for them because that is a service that we need in our community. Number one, the idea that a gentleman last meeting contradicted himself by saying, oh, we have too many people in the police department. We have way too many. But when I call, it takes 3 hours for them to actually come. Oh, I wonder why it takes 3 hours for a police officer to come. Because either it wasn't that much of an emergency, or there's another emergency on the other side, maybe Hollydale. There's a whole landscape that you have to travel and traverse into. Even though if you have licensed sirens, it's going to take a while. I don't understand, but I guess I do. I really hate to bring this up, but maybe it's time to unincorporate the city. Think about it. As Vice Mayor Rios mentioned, well, it's just insurance. Who cares if the kids get hit? We have insurance. That's what you said last meeting. I watched it. And it's a good soundbite for, election time. Just saying. So the reality is, what are we doing? Are we worried about our children? No, we're not, because we're not going to worry about the UUT. We'd rather have our Disney Channel. We'd rather have our videos. We'd rather have our streaming. We don't care about what's going to be happening. Yes, we do have a spending problem, but you know what? It's called all of that was unnegotiable items. The insurance. I mean, come on, but it's okay. We can go ahead and get sued and settle because that's what we had just heard from the city manager. Did we not hear that? We have had to settle because of little things. And so that is why we have that much of astronomical, and there is no cap on anything in the state of California. So it doesn't matter. Really, it does not matter. And we are going to have to pay it because it's called insurance and we all need it. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I support the user utility tax because it's a fair way to fund essential services in Southgate. It spreads the costs across everyone who uses services like electricity, gas, and streaming, not just the property owners, through small proportional contributions. That creates a stable funding source to maintain public safety, streets, and basic city services. With transparency and accountability, this helps protect our community's quality of life. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Name's Joanna Monterosa. I'm the Vice President of the Professional Mid-Managers Association. I'm here today in support of a UUT. It's really hard to understand how some people still don't understand the clear presentation that reflects why we're at where we're at right now. The rising cost of uncontrollable insurance premiums that have risen. We're one of the few cities that doesn't have a UUT. I don't understand why it's so hard for people to understand that have their own political agenda that continue to post false information on social media. We always have the same 3 or 4 people that are speaking against a UUT when we all know that it's the majority of the residents, employees that live here in Southgate that support UUT. They want to have a fighting chance for this city. For someone to come up here and say, where's this money going? All you have to do is look around at our parks, at our events. Why is our housing price increasing? We have a lot of people coming in to live in Southgate because they see the city for what it is, for what we've made it. For us not to pass a UT is going to be a detrimental to the city of Southgate. We're going to be set back the years of progress. In one year, we're going to be set back 10 years of what we've tried to accomplish since we passed Measure P. I really hope you guys make the right decision today because we're here to continue this fight. We're not going to go down quietly. Thank you.
Richard Lute, 8990 Atlantic, council members, Mr. Mayor. Wow. Just wow. You know, malfeasance, misspending, backroom deals. We have council members suggesting that our employees make too much money. These are the problems. No, they're not. I have a question for you. What would you do? What would anybody in the audience do if you hadn't had a raise since 2008? That's the situation the city's in. The city can't make money other than taxes. The last tax increase was 2008, 16 years ago. If your budget was the same 16 years ago as it is now, my hat's off to you. But the city's costs have gone up and their revenue has not. That's the simple answer. We're not overspending. Things are getting more expensive. I know my insurance has gone up and I pay less than the city, so I would only expect the city's insurance to go up. But all I see up here from some of your council members are kicking the can down the road. And we're at a situation where we have two choices. We make the cuts or we put it on the ballot. Well, no, actually now we only have the one. We can put it on the ballot because those cuts are going to happen. And that's on you. But ultimately, I'm going to say it again, your messaging sucks. And it has forever. Because we keep talking about all of the little issues, you're not telling the citizens the simple truth. The city of Southgate makes the same money now they made in 2008. Costs have gone up, so taxes have gone up some, but nowhere near where the expenses have gone up. And you're not talking about that. You're listening to people talking to you about doing backroom deals and mismanagement of funds. Let's be honest, people. You're working on 2008 income in 2026. That is the message you need to put out, and I haven't heard it. So a lot of the trouble that's going on right now, that's on you. That's on the entire city, because we need to break it down to a family dynamic. You're the parents. You got elected to that position. Your job is to make the hard decision. If you don't have enough money at home to go to Disneyland, do you tell the kids it's because their allowance is too high? No. Let's make the messaging about what it's about.
Thank you. Go ahead and close up the public comments. Ms. City Clerk, do we have any emails?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I did receive one from Mr. Osvaldo Pichardo expressing opposition to the proposed utility users tax, alleging that senior exemption provisions are misleading and create barriers through application requirements, income qualifications, and lack of refunds. He urges the City Council to revise the policy to ensure automatic and accessible protections for seniors. The second email is from Mr. Mario Dominguez, who expressed frustration with the timing of the city's financial actions, stating that the UUT should have been implemented years earlier and attributing delays to current and past City Council decisions. He also recommends appointments to the Ad Hoc Community Finance Committee, citing their potential to represent and advocate for residents' interests. I received one from Ms. Carla Alonso expressing concerns about the City Council's handling and proposed UUT tax, questioning the lack of clarity on how funds would be used, how programs and staffing would be restored, and whether the measure would adequately address budget gaps. She also raised concerns about division within the council and the absence of clear long-term financial plan. The last one I did receive were from Mr. Robert Montalvo, but he showed up to council, so I won't read that one. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Go ahead and bring it back here to council. So I'll start off. Councilwoman Davila.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, I think in the last couple of meetings, I basically said everything that I needed to say about the UUT. That we have a fiscal emergency, absolutely yes. That some of the community members don't want to see it because they just don't care. Absolutely true. I'm ready to move forward because we've just been going at this for quite some time. Since last year, we know that we had a fiscal emergency. We didn't do well when it was brought the first time to put it in a ballot. It didn't pass. But now it's time to move forward. We need to do this. The need is out there. Those who don't want to see it, those who don't care, those who just come and give their opinions, we accept everyone's opinions, but our responsibility as council members are to look into what the community, what the residents, and what our city needs. Unfortunately, and one of the speakers mentioned it, and it was the last speaker, it's true. We've been working with the same budget since 2008. Everything has gone up. The same as it goes up at your homes, it also, this is our home, and we need to take care of our home. So at this point, Mr. Mayor, I am ready to move forward on the UUT. We need to put it out, and we need to educate our community. Don't let social media educate our community. Because that, and we've seen it, and we see it every single day. They need their likes, so go for it. Like whatever you want in social media, but educate our community. It's key. And I think that we need to do the responsible thing, which is pass this motion to put this in the ballot for November. I wish it would have happened sooner. Unfortunately, again, it did not happen. But now, I think this is what we need to move forward with. So I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to put this in the ballot.
Councilwoman Avalos? Oh, yeah.
There's a motion
There's a
already?
motion, yeah, I'm sorry.
Yes.
I'll second it for further discussion.
No,
We have a first and second, now we'll go in for discussion, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do appreciate those that are here as well as those that are on YouTube. But Richard, I think you brought something really important, and I know that we've had a slide that we're not actually running on a 2008 budget. Our budget, our revenues have gone up. They have unfortunately not kept up with the expenditures, but we are not running on a 2008 budget, just to clarify. And I know we have a slide on that. Correct, City Manager? Stephen?
I think to your point, I could verbally agree on the amount of revenue streams is the same as 2008, but to your point, the fact that the amount of revenues collected in 2008 each year go up by, say, a property tax amount or sales taxes increasing, so there is an increase as well. So I think I could hold both ideas clear, but to your point, our revenues are higher in 2026 than they were in 2008.
Just to clarify, not sales tax increasing, but sales tax revenue increasing.
Yes, not the percentage, but the revenue, yes.
Thank you. So this leads, and I appreciate the community members that have come up, and I have had meetings with some of the residents, and the broader concern that I've been hearing is trust. Many residents don't feel confident that additional funds will be managed efficiently. Whether we agree with that sentiment or not, it is our responsibility to acknowledge it and to respond with greater transparency and accountability. We also know that the community itself is divided, as we saw in the slides and the data that was shown earlier. Equal amounts for opposition as well as for support, with a significant number of residents still undecided, which tells us that there is no clear mandate, and it underscores the need for stronger outreach, better communication, and more complete information. I also want to recognize the position that this puts council in. No matter how you vote, there will be criticism, but the decision should be driven not by political pressure, but it should be guided with what is responsible, transparent, and in the best long-term interest of the city. Measure P was supposed to have been that long-term interest for our community. Unfortunately, like one of the residents indicated, our roads are not any better, our sidewalks are not any better, our insurance claims have gone through the roof because of the roads and because of our sidewalks. What we are facing requires a more comprehensive approach, one that includes better financial management, careful prioritization, and a willingness to examine past decisions that have contributed to where we are today. We cannot ignore the impact it's going to have on our residents. Again, many are already dealing with their own financial uncertainty, and introducing a higher tax without a clear and well-communicated plan only adds to the stress that they are going through right now. I believe that our community deserves thoughtful leadership and not rush into decisions. So with Measure P, we did not have a sunset date. I want to see a sunset date on this UUT because we do not know how long it's going to hold the city over. Again, we're gushing. This is a simple Band-Aid. And I don't know how many years it's going to hold us over. You know, one of the residents asked me, what is the guarantee that the city is not going to come back and ask us for money? I can't guarantee anything. I don't know that my colleagues can guarantee anything, or that our city manager or our future city manager or our future department heads can say with 100% certainty, we guarantee we're not going to come back, because there are no guarantees. And given what's happening at the federal level, I don't know, and it's trickling down to all of us, and it's hitting all of us in the pocketbook. So I would like responses to those questions, whether or not we could have a sunset date of at least a couple of years to see whether or not that's going to push us through. How long will the UUT last before we need to go back to the voters and ask them? I don't know. That would be our city manager and finance director.
Is this, I don't know how it works with a first and second. Do I answer questions now?
Yes, there's still
Okay.
discussion.
All right. Thanks. No problem. So the two items I heard for answering, one is, could the measure have a sunset clause? It is something that can happen. The surrounding cities around us that have UTs have not added a sunset clause. The majority of sales tax measures do not. There are some that do. I actually was serving at a city a number of years ago that had a sunset clause on a sales tax measure, and they were, I think, 10 years halfway through it, 20-year sunset clause. But in that case, it wasn't a sunset clause. Typically is helpful if, say, there was a one-time need for revenue that then expires. So your revenues go up to cover that and then expire. For instance, say the city had a huge lawsuit or some kind of bond it had to finance and pay off that had a 20-year term, and then the revenues increase, but then there'll be a drop in those revenues. The sunset clause might align with that. Without that, typically you add the extra revenues which are covering current costs, like in this plan. If there is a sunset in a number of years, say year 20, you're now in a sense kicking that decision down the road to the next generation to have the same debate. But again, it can happen. It does happen rarely, and it is able to be inserted. The second question was guarantees. I would say no. But I'd say a missing piece that a lot of the discussion has had is every year at this time, actually, there's a budget developed that takes all the revenues that are received and they get allocated, and it's done publicly. Unlike a private business, there's a whole discussion. There's a lot of hearings. There's usually very little input. There's usually very little community input. And all the dollars that are received from all types of sources, like sales tax, like Measure P and everywhere else, they're allocated every year. And the council at the time, with input from the community, can determine how do they want those allocated. And if there's a determination that the majority of whatever funding needs to be prioritized in certain areas, each year the council can determine that and the community can weigh in. So if there's, and councils have done that since the city was incorporated, every city around us makes those allocations. And there's usually advocacy for certain uses over other uses. So I would say another decision that could be made is, in the event this generates a certain amount of money and we get to a future budget year and we're saying, you know what, if we spend more, we're going to exceed our revenues and create a deficit, the council at that time can say, we're going to cut instead. We're not going to overextend and we'll stay within our means and not have to go back out. So there's always that guarantee that a council can determine any year of how much to spend. So it's not automatically. Now, are fixed expenses like inflation and things impacting us, or could they in the future? Yes. But every year the council is in charge of the budget and makes decisions. And I would say in the future it would stay the same to determine if there is a need for more revenue or more cuts.
Thank you. So with that, I did ask the city manager, given the fact that we did request and the community passed Measure P, can we start putting a line item in our finances for our roads and sidewalks? Yes, but we don't have the money, even though everyone's contributing to Measure P. I had indicated or requested that we do a line item for streets and sidewalks, as the city manager just indicated. He said, yes, we can do that. However, we don't have money, but yet we generate $14 million from that one measure. So does council really have that ability to be able to do a line item with the funds that we did promise the community back in 2008, of which we've been getting for the last 16 years, which equates to $236 million? Can we do that or not, city manager?
Yes, again, there's a fixed amount of revenue and that the city receives from all sources, and the council every year can determine how to spend that. For those that keep saying the mismanagement or hidden funds or there's a lack, it's $14 million a year is Measure P. So the real question would be, take our current budget, which we're already going to cut in July, 9 million, then add another 14 million in cuts on top of that. So that's not just for roads. That's the majority. That would be, if we didn't have that money, if it didn't get passed, instead of 81 officers, I would guess we'd have 50. Instead of paving maybe 7 residential streets, we'd pave 0. Instead of having a Parks and Rec department, I would estimate we'd have none. So the 14 million is being spent every year on all the services, including police, including roads, including Parks and Rec. Without the 14 million, none of that gets supported. Is it indicated with a Measure P green dot on every dollar and assigned and tracked? No, that's not how a general tax works. But it's covering all the costs for the services that without we wouldn't even have a functioning city. So the disconnect I would just offer for not so much our council member, but conversations is that money's been essential to pay daily operations, and without it, we would have a drastically probably insolvent city.
And Mr. City Manager, if I could just add to that, I think using just that chart where you showed where the money is going, the top 4 things that are listed on there: police, which is what was listed first on Measure P; youth programs and parks, which is listed second, the second highest percentage of where our money goes; streets and sidewalks, which would be our public works department, which is the 3rd% of where our general fund revenue goes; and then community development with the code enforcement and all that, the graffiti removal and all the rest of that. So everything that was listed in Measure P, if Mr. Palau, who came up and spoke, doesn't understand what that chart is stating, I think that's why we need to have those meetings and you can have those discussions, because if it's very hard to understand what this chart is saying and how that Measure P funds is being used, maybe you need to have that one-on-one meeting. I would just recommend it. And also, I mean, in Parks and Recs department, I believe Mr. Palau is the Parks and Recs director. Commissioner, thank you. Has he ever, has he ever voted against any expense in the Parks and Recs meeting since he's been on?
Not since I've been on. No.
Okay. So he's very quick to say that there's mismanagement of funds, but when it comes here to make a recommendation on his own board, he doesn't want to say anything like that. He says that parks are doing a great job, parks are doing amazing. So thank you for your encouragement, and we'll continue to do the great job that our Parks Department is doing. And I hope you do a good job as well. I will continue to say that I think what we need to do is move this forward. Our community has requested that we save our city moving forward. During last year's discussion of all the UUT, I visited over 700 residents in a span of 2 months. I've created as much videos out there to try to help our residents understand it in English and in Spanish to try to ensure that they are aware of how the money is collected, how the money is spent, where it's going, how we utilize that, and why we're in this where we're at right now with this deficit. So I think we just need to, remember what our residents are telling us. When we walk in, they're all against it. They're like, no, this is not the right time. When we describe what could be cut, the first thing they say is, we can't do that to our kids. We can't do that to our safety here. We can't do that to our city. Our city is looking great. We have great new streets on our main highways. We have Tweedy Boulevard looking amazing. Our parks have all been remodeled in the last 5 years here and locally. But nobody wants to say that we're doing a good job. Fine. You don't want to come up and say it, that's fine. But I believe I'll speak with the 5,000 residents that visit our park on a daily basis, the 20,000 residents that show up, or 20,000 visitors that show up to our parks and our special events, our Halloween event, which is completely packed the entire time that's there, our 4th of July event that is, one of the best in the area. I think I'll let those numbers speak for themselves to show exactly what our city is doing and how we're moving our community forward. I'm sorry, Vice Mayor, I'll go ahead and give you a chance to speak.
So Arturo, just because the mayor highlighted it, how many streets in the last 16 years did we pave with general fund monies or sidewalks?
I don't have that figure with me. It's not a number that I've looked at in the past. As the city manager said, the funding, the way it's designated, it's not a, follow the dot and what have you, but we've spent many, many millions of dollars fixing our streets in the last 11 years that I have been here. As you see, all our major streets, at this point in time, almost all of our major streets have been reconstructed. Firestone Boulevard, we've spent nearly $50 million since in my time here. But there's been a lot of money spent. I'd be glad to look at how much of that can be attributed to general fund.
And that revenue came from restricted funds, am I correct?
There's a lot of revenue that comes from restricted funds, but as you know, the engineering division manages all those restricted funds. There's a 9% public works charge up there. Our engineering division is funded by general fund. So all of project management is general fund budgeted, and it's just the response is just a little more complex in that funding works together, and there's a complexity there. So it's hard to attribute how much of that of general fund money can be attributed to all of the accomplishments of the engineering division, from parks to streets to sidewalks and what have you. But it's fully managed by engineering.
Thank you.
Yeah, and just to add to that, I think one of the things that you presented with staff recently was our new grinding initiative that we've started within our city. I mean, that is partially funded through streets CIP, but also through, the employees are getting paid through the general fund in some of those instances as well.
And
that is also a way for us to just cut, the liability, because there was a question that was made regarding liability issues that we're having. And I think one of the things that we've tried to do is limit that with our new grinding procedures that are actually making it faster and quicker for us to be able to do that.
Yeah, there's a tie to general fund in everything that we do. When it comes to This particular grinding program, for example, that grinding program isn't specifically funded through general fund, but there's a general fund benefit, right? For every potential tripping hazard that we eliminate, that's a claim that could be worth tens of thousands of dollars to just settle, or more than that. So while we're in that case, we're not specifically budgeting that with general fund, the benefit is to the general fund because we've invested those restricted dollars in a way that reduces our liability. That is covered through the general fund.
Now, I know we also had a conversation about including low-income families. I don't see them in the ordinance. I only see the seniors. And again, what is the guarantee that the seniors are going to be exempt?
So the model of exempting seniors over 65 is the model of the surrounding communities around us. We didn't find any cities that had exemptions for all low income. What that tends to relate to is if you exempt more groups, then you reduce the total revenue, which then leads to, if you still need to get, say, 9 million as a revenue, you drop out 2 million, say, in payments from certain groups you now are short, then the percentage might have to go to 8 or 9% to everyone else. So that's a rationale, I think, of why other cities, including ourselves, are looking at only exempting one of the groups. But all the surrounding communities, folks of all types, other than seniors over 65 in low income, are paying their utility users tax in all the surrounding communities, including lower income, under 65, and all other groups.
And just to add to that, I think it's important to state that a lot of the programs that we are saving, that we are trying to make sure we're able to fund, are all programs that are utilized mainly by a lot of these families who are low-income families. Our sports programs alone are the lowest cost in the area. There are some that are 3 times as much as what we have here in the city. So the fact that we're able to have these programs operating in our city for the as low as it is the reason why our numbers in AYSO has grown. Reason why our JA numbers continue to go up, and the reason why youth football always wants to be able to have those opportunities to be able to have that. And our swim department, our swim teams are growing up as well. The numbers of kids are going up because the cost for these programs in our community is a lot lower than any other around the surrounding area. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Folks, thank you for being here tonight. Really appreciate everybody that's here. I know it. It's been tough for not just the city of, it's been a tough year for all the cities, the county, if you, LA Unified, if you listen to folks, we're not unique to this situation. Any city, even the cities around here, you saw the measures that have gone up recently. It's actually 18 years since we had the last measure. And I think Richard really just put it pretty clear. The city hasn't had a raise for that long amount. We've been working with the same operating budget. And I know I've been here, I'm seeing it. And we're not the only ones that are putting these, asking folks to pay a little bit more to continue the level of service. The federal government has cut back. We're going to see some cuts in healthcare. It's going to trickle down to the community here. Other funding for our capital improvement projects. There's going to be the question that people say that mismanagement. I've been hearing that since I got in the council, and I think our attorney has asked anybody if you have something, take it bring it to our city attorney. He'll investigate it. Bring it to the Fair Political Practices Commission. And really, it's all here. I mean, there's a lot of the same people saying these things for years. And, so I don't know, maybe they're, looking for some social, influencing. They have now social influencers, they try to find areas where they could grab attention. This is serious business, what's being debated here. What is the alternative if this doesn't pass? I mean, do you know what the consequences was going to be? To the kids, to the families? Are people thinking about that? We're just here to just blow, steam out. And I mean, our folks have asked to let anybody that has questions to meet with our staff. All of us have been open about meeting. So there's a lot of that. I mean, and I think that, we'll let that be. Measure P, come on, it was a general fund revenue. Why all the noise over that? I mean, that money went to our parks, our police, our everything here. It didn't go anybody's pocket or anything like that. I mean, come on. It's revenue and that needed to go. Now you saw the slides were uncontrollable costs. I mean, pensions, insurance, all of that has gone up every year. And how do we make up? We can't cut our ways out of here. We can't continue to cut our way. We have to have generate revenue. And we're looking at different ways to, besides the UUT, to raise revenue. And we'll have to pass or no pass. So, yeah, it's been going up over a year, every year, at least a million and a half or to 2 million, just in uncontrollable costs that we have to pay. And so that impacts our budget. So know that, and again, it's not just us. We don't want to raise taxes. It's like we have to. I mean, where else can we go? I mean, for right now. And we're going to look at other things. I don't think nobody wants to pay more. And I think the example of that is that it's been kicked down the road. We should have done it early. We didn't do it. We didn't want to put it on the folks. Keep that in mind. This is important. If you're going to be questioning, you think about the consequences of going out there and questioning how, that we don't need the money, that this mismanagement, that could hurt this community. We're going to put in a citizens ad hoc finance committee to help us. So that's going to be part of it too. But I think all of today is all about just putting it on the ballot. Okay, think about it. It's just about putting it on the ballot. Nobody's making a decision up here. The voters, every family's going to look into their pocketbook and say, can I afford it? So we can keep the pool, because we can keep the sports programs. Is it $35, $40 a month? They're going to have to make that decision. Some of us are privileged that we could pay, but let the community, we have to let the community, it's time to let put it on there, let the community decide. That's important. I think Rich is right. The messaging on the other side does suck. I mean, we have all those folks, on social media questioning it, but really they haven't found it. They've been doing that, questioning that for years. We've learned a lot about the budget the last year. We've grown. All of us have grown. We're going to be more prudent. We're going to be more stewards of this money, trustees of this money, because we know how important it is. That's important. People say we don't have a plan. We will have a plan. We will have a plan. But in the end, this is all about basically, letting the community know, letting them decide what's best. And let me go here. So that's the way I sum it up. I mean, I'm a fiscal conservative. I wanted to hold back a year ago a little bit more, but we didn't. We spent some money here and there, but we don't have a spending problem. Now we have an issue of we can't cut our way out of this problem. We have to raise revenue, as you already know. If you even listen to what we talked about last week and saw the cuts. And you want to think about it. What are the consequences? I mean, if I'm out there on the other side, I'm thinking, what is the city going to be like and that I live in? Why would I not at least give it a chance? Maybe it might work. If it doesn't, you're going to see what the city looks like. And I don't think any of us want to be up here because it's going to be really not so good. So I think we just got to be real about it. I mean, again, we're not the only ones. We're not the only city. There's plenty of places we could go out there and see every city. And I think the staff has been doing a good job. I learned a lot. I've evolved, and I think this is all we're going to do is let the voters decide. And that's all we're saying tonight. So it's nothing more than that. So that's part of my comment.
Thank you. Councilmember Hurtado.
Thank you. We talked a little bit about the property tax being what it is, 6.15% is all we get. Other cities get a whole lot more. And that's not something that we caused. In fact, some of you in the audience weren't even born when that decision came out in 1978. But I got to tell you, I'm not giving up. Last weekend, not this past weekend, but the one before, I met with Jeff Prang, who's the LA County assessor, and I told him what our situation was, and his response was like, yikes, that's not a good situation to be in. And I asked him, is there anything that we can do? And he said, well, because Southgate is a no property tax community, you're basically stuck with it, but maybe there's some suggestions I can give you on that. And so I'm trying my best to try to see if we can get a little bit more from that 6.15 that we get. But that's going way back to 1978. None of us had anything to do with that. In regards to a sunset clause, Measure P doesn't have a sunset clause, but just like the UUT is being considered here, if anybody feels that sales tax is too high, again, we only get 2%, the other 875 go to the state and county. But when Measure P was passed, I got to tell you, Davila, Councilwoman Davila, myself were here. None of us wanted to do that. We did not want to tax our residents, but we saw no other choice. Henry Gonzalez, Bill DeWitt, two extraordinary people in our community, in our history of Southgate, were very much in favor of it. And the reason was very clear. Costs had gone up and revenue was stagnant. We didn't have it. And people were asking for more and more services. So with their leadership, we passed it reluctantly, but we passed it, and it passed with a good, 74% of the voters. I know some people are saying only like 3,000 people voted, but the other 40,000 were given a choice. You have three choices when you vote: yes, no, or I'm staying home. Nobody kept people away from voting. This is the same thing. So in Measure P, if people feel that, hey, you know what, let's put a ballot measure to reduce that 1%, go ahead and do that. This, as it was presented here, it talks about until ended by voters. So if you want to, if we put this on the ballot and sometime in the future, people think that we're collecting too much money, you want to reduce it, you can always go ahead and put something out on the ballot to remove it. I don't think you will, though, because all other cities are working under the same conditions. Costs have gone up. Little you can do to control some of those. Since Measure P passed, let's be clear, we were still in a structural deficit, even with passing that, okay? If you look at all the documents, and I think the latest year I see is 2014. In 2014, if you read those documents, there's a page where it says the city is working with less revenue than what we have. It's a structural deficit. Every single year, 2015, 16, all to the present, structural deficit. It's mentioned in there. So it's no secret. So what did we do? We live within our means. Why? As was mentioned in the presentation, we should have 100 police officers. We've never had that. We don't come close. Why? Because we can't afford it. We're supposed to have 6 code enforcement officers. We don't. We have 3. Why? Because we can't afford it. I can go on and on with how many positions are being held, frozen for decades. Why? Because we're wanting to live within our means. And yes, while our last increase here was in 2008, surrounding cities have been increasing their taxes on their communities, and they're passing it. It was mentioned by Vice Mayor Rios we're not putting an increase on your taxes. You know, you talk about a survey. An election is the biggest survey you can have. Put it on the ballot, let the people decide. You know, that survey says no, then we get our marching orders. We'll go ahead and make the cuts that are being presented here tonight. I don't want to get too much into the misinformation, but one of the speakers that came up said, oh, there's all kinds of misinformation. Man, he's the leader of misinforming people. There's been well documented. He came up and said something to the effect of that Maria Davila, Joshua Barone, and myself went to a town and country place. Nah, not true. But yet there are people out here who are wanting to shake their heads that it's true. It's not true. Mr. City Manager, Mr. City Attorney, can you confirm that we did not go to a casino or resort out in San Diego once and for all?
That is correct.
And so, again, when people come up here and they want to make those little mockery jokes, some people in the community may buy it, but I encourage people, do your own homework. And I've said this before, even on the things that I say, research it. You know, I've asked Mr. Pelayo to meet with me, and I said it before, I'm going to say it again. Let's sit down and meet. I don't just want to talk, I want to listen to you also. If you have all this knowledge of how do we cut costs, share it with me. I'll be glad to listen to it. And whatever we discuss back there, you're welcome to come out here again and bring it up publicly. Say, it is what Gil Hurtado said. I have no problem with that. You know, so again, I think that, you know, you made comments during the Park Commission meeting that where's the $200 million? It's in every financial document and all the warrants, that information is out there. That's where it's at. We spend general fund money publicly. There's nothing hidden. It's always here. And with that, we should just take a vote. I think we have a motion in a second.
Mr. Mayor, I do have some questions for the city manager that I don't think are addressed here.
If you can speak up,
What will
please.
be the cost to the city to put this UUT on the ballot?
I think the clerk would have the best election cost. We do have already an election where 2 council members, the treasurer and the clerk, are on the ballot. And so adding an additional item is, I think, very small, but I don't have the exact numbers. Does the clerk have that? Do you have a difference in the price between the normal election this November and the addition of adding the UT item?
Having the UT and the elections, regular elections, it's approximately 280,000.
In addition?
No, the total.
Yeah. So, but do you know what the total would be if we didn't add the UT?
No, let me get that for you. I'm gonna
Okay.
pull it up.
I believe it's a very small, like under $50,000
Okay.
figure for that, because we're combining it with an existing election, whereas in June, the proposal was when it's standalone, the number is much higher.
Who is going to be running this campaign? Is the city going to be running the campaign? Or are we going to do, is the city going to do an RFP for a campaign consultant? And if that were the case, then I want to make sure that no consultant that does any business in the Southeast LA area be awarded.
There's no intent to use city taxpayer funds for campaigning in any
Okay.
way. It's simply education, which we wouldn't use a consultant for. We're just going to try to educate any
Okay.
people that want to meet again with myself or staff.
Mhm.
We'll try to put out informational information if we need to have. We've had neighborhood watch meetings, community meetings, but no campaign. Campaigns typically, well, always don't involve taxpayer money. Different groups
Mhm.
external to the city will probably run campaigns, but not our city taxpayer
Okay.
money.
Do we have that number, city clerk?
Looking that up.
Okay. So then would this council consider doing a sunset clause?
I would say, would we consider doing a sunset clause on programs as well? That would be my question to you. Are we going to say, do we want to fund the street crossing guards with a sunset of the same period that we could put the sunset on the UUT? Do we want to do sunset for the youth programs the same way we want to do a sunset for the UUT? Do we want to do a sunset for, road repairs and everything else that we do here in the city as well? Is that what you want to propose?
No, I'm proposing that we put a sunset clause on the UUT, not on the programs, because again, Measure P addresses all of those already. So for me, it would be only on the UUT,
So,
not on any of those programs. And again, if I'm reading this correctly, it says it's to fund or shall the maintaining our streets. That's not fixing them. It's just maintaining them. So for me, it goes back to the verbiage that was on Measure P, that we promised the community, that we, from my perspective, we haven't followed through.
I'm sorry, but the promise is, you were not there. I was there. And so was Maria
Guarantee the
Davila.
community.
And Henry Gonzalez was there and Bill DeWitt was there. And the promise we made was that we were going to maintain services. That was the main message. This is the same thing. There's no secret. Again, I don't know why there's a twist in here, but that's far from the truth. I can tell you because I was there.
Madam Clerk, did you find that number?
Yes, this is just an estimate as of today with the calculator that LA County Register Recorder has. Measure text is $3,068.81. And yeah, that's what we have.
So under 4,000?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure I heard that right.
104,000?
Under 4,000.
Oh, under 4,000. Okay.
And that's because we're already having a
General election.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, we have a first and a second. Can we take a roll call, please?
Councilmember Avalos?
I'm not able to support this ballot measure with the way it is written,
Is that a yes?
as we have not exhausted all available avenues, given the fact that there is no sunset clause. Thank you.
Is that a no?
Correct.
Thank you. Councilmember Hurtado?
Yes.
Councilmember Davila?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rios?
I'm ready to vote. I just want to make sure that we're going to add the Citizens Ad Hoc Finance Committee. Is that going to be eventually added or just brought up back so that?
Can we take that separately? I'll second his request to bring that back to an agenda item.
Yeah, I don't know if we,
You just have a motion.
Right.
The passage of the proposed agenda item right now.
Right. And I'll second
bring that
Vice
back.
Mayor's to bring that back regarding a ad hoc committee discussion for that.
Can it go in part of the package? Yes or no?
well, the UUT has a package of the ballot language and the date and putting it on the ballot. And then it doesn't have specific language on a budget review committee. However, at your discretion, we can bring that up with some concepts at the next meeting. So that would be I see nods, so we can bring that at the next meeting for discussion. And
Okay, thank you for clarifying. Yes.
Mayor Barron?
Yes.
We do have a majority vote, which is 4. So it passes.
Thank you. All right. So we'll move on to comments from the audience for non-agenda items. So any member here in the audience that would like to discuss any non-agenda items that are not part of the agenda can come up.
Robin Logan, resident on Hunt. I'm advocate for pedestrian crossing the roads. I yesterday was walking on Hunt from Tweedy, light was green, and a senior handicapped red vehicle decided to run the red light. So there's 3 problems right there. I stepped out because I wanted to see exactly what would happen, although too, I had the huge right of way. They literally had plenty of time to stop. But the resident here had mentioned about putting crosswalks in. I'm sorry, that is great. I was in an actual crosswalk. I had the green light. I had everything. It doesn't matter. I just really implore that we actually have stings. Literally, I see Downey, there was a motor cop that was literally right there at Rio Hondo. I don't understand why we can't just have, I mean, I understand we are short staffed. Let me just go ahead and get that point. But the reality is it is really a safety issue. And it's a Sunday morning, but again, I don't feel safe in my own city to be able to walk. That again has been the concept I have been bringing to this council meeting since December. And it has been well noted that I have actually been very more concerned about walking home the same way I left the house. And it is just baffling to me as to there has been, I don't see it, and there's probably have been, but the reality is I don't see it, and I don't feel safe. I don't believe that any of our citizens are safe. And I only implore that the fact that, yes, I know it's already an agenda item, but I'm grateful that you guys have considered that, putting it on the measure for us, the opportunity to vote, so we could possibly hire more police officers and to get some code enforcement to actually really go in and actually get that revenue. Another caveat, I also would think that maybe as a fundraiser, you guys think about selling seat cushions and popcorn, because you guys actually have really spicy meetings sometimes, and a lot of us want to stay to the bitter end, but midnight is a little too much, and maybe blankets too, so that can help with the pool.
Thank you. Next.
Jimmy Ozeda, Southgate resident. I'm going to go ahead and speak on transparency and trust here. We're going to go ahead and touch a little bit on the whole controversial Southgate PD mounted unit, which has been brought up on multiple occasions by several residents over the past year. At the February 24th council meeting, Mayor Barone spoke about the mounted unit. He told us, and I quote, "There are no costs to the city beyond the hours the officers are working." That's not true, and the proof is in the city's own records. The Warren Register for council meeting of December 24th that was pushed to January 14, 2025, page 1 shows two expenditures. Herradura de Oro, equipment for mounted units, $6,663.39. Torres leather goods, saddles for the mounted unit of $10,875. The February 24th warrant also included Caballo horse rider hoof boots for the mounted unit of $359.89. That is $17,998.28 in documented city spending, not including any insurance-related expenses for horses on our policies or officers on horseback. Mayor Barone served as a city auditor during that same time. The key function of the city auditor is to review expenses. He reviewed those expenses and then sat in that chair and told residents it costs the city nothing beyond officer hours. That's not an oversight. That's a flat-out lie. On another note, it was kind of brought up a couple times here. January 5th public records request that I submitted requesting UUT survey results have nothing but is short of a disgrace to the city. I was provided approximately 190 documents, but no documents related to the two administered surveys. You just saw one today. First time we see anything along those lines. According to the city, there were no reports because the survey results were provided verbally. Can you believe this nonsense? Taxpayer money paid $114,000 and the city staff and council have nothing to show for it. This is concerning on many levels. The report referenced by Councilmember Rios was not provided, yet Mayor Barone has referenced withheld survey results on social media. When elected officials leverage unpublished taxpayer-funded data for personal or political purposes rather than releasing it to all residents simultaneously, that is not governance. That is a misuse of public trust. This council has a pattern of misrepresenting costs on one hand and withholding taxpayer-funded data on the other hand. Both are unacceptable. You are elected to be accountable to this community, not to manage what we know and when we know it. We're watching and we will not stop until this council meets the standard this community deserves. Thank you.
Buenas noches, alcalde, concejales. Mi comentario ahora será sobre el proyecto de Habitat for Humanity por la Long Beach.
My comment will not be about Habitat for Community for Long Beach.
En una junta anterior mencionaron que ese proyecto se iba a llevar a cabo con fondos de la ciudad, incluyendo la propiedad de la ciudad.
In a previous meeting, we were told that that project would be funded with city funds as well as what else? I'm sorry?
The land.
La propiedad, city property.
Incluso hubo una discusión sobre ese proyecto para darle fondos adicionales que venían del gobierno federal por CDBG.
Additionally, the CDBG funds were to be used.
Entonces, en esa junta pedí que nos dieran una explicación sobre los costos, cuánto dinero se iba a aportar a ese proyecto, quién lo iba a aportar y cuando se haga la venta de las propiedades, quién iba a recibir el dinero.
So it was asked how the money was going to be spent, who was going to, I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Receive the money.
Who was going to receive the money?
Y también cuánto impuesto de propiedad iba a generar ese proyecto para la ciudad de Southgate.
How much property tax would, or revenue from that property tax would come to the city?
Me gustaría que la ciudad ponga o haga una presentación para que la comunidad se informe en cómo estamos contribuyendo a ese proyecto y realmente cómo beneficia ese proyecto a la comunidad, porque
I would like a presentation to be made as far as how that money will be used for the community.
porque en realidad eso nos dice las prioridades, ¿no? Si hay otra manera de usar esos fondos y si realmente ese proyecto beneficia a la comunidad en la manera que muchos de ustedes abogaron, que sean los impuestos de propiedad.
And it will show if the money is really being used for the benefit and using from the property tax.
Entonces, vuelvo a repetir, me gustaría ver una presentación donde enseñe e indique cuánto dinero aportó la ciudad de Southgate, incluyendo el valor del terreno que se va a usar y cuánto va a generar en impuestos de la propiedad hacia la ciudad.
How much property tax that will generate for the city?
Eso es algo que pues me sorprendió porque en esa junta hubo una discusión que había fondos de CDBG que no se habían usado.
In that meeting, there was funds from CDBG that were not used.
Y hubo una discusión sobre usar esos fondos, por ejemplo, para un programa para ayudar a negocios chicos.
There was a discussion about using some of those funds for small businesses.
Y lo único que se oyeron fueron razones por las cuales no se podían usar para ese programa.
And all we heard were the reasons why they could not be used for that program.
También hubo discusión sobre esos fondos y posiblemente usándolos para arreglar calles y banquetas. Y también hubo razones por la cual no se podían usar para eso.
There was also discussion about using those funds to fix streets and sidewalks, and we're also told why they couldn't be used for that.
Y después de esa discusión, todos, o no todos, pero muchos de ustedes estuvieron en apoyo al proyecto de la Long Beach, que porque iba a mejorar la ciudad y la comunidad y que iba a generar impuestos de propiedad.
And all of you were on the same page that that would generate funds for the city, property tax for the city.
Entonces, vuelvo a repetir, me gustaría ver esa presentación para ver exactamente el beneficio monetario hacia la ciudad y me gustaría tener eso por transparencia y contabilidad sobre esos proyectos.
I would like to see again a presentation of those funds and more than anything for transparency and accountability.
Es todo, gracias.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi again, Jennifer Daly with Sella for a Better Tomorrow. My questions here are also going to be about accountability and transparency. Clearly, there's discrepancies between what your residents believe is true and what you guys believe is true. I just have a few straightforward questions to ask. When was the last time this city underwent an independent financial audit beyond the standard annual review? Will this council commit tonight to commissioning an independent forensic audit of the city's finances? Yes or no? If not, please explain why you believe it's appropriate to raise taxes on residents without first conducting that level of review. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
Liz Ruiz and Kaufman. Yeah, it's really sad to see how many of our events are going to be cut, even though we are now having a utility users tax on the ballot. Unfortunately, it's going to be too late to plan out something as important as, I believe it was the Easter, as early as the Easter activities, which we just had, this last year, because of how long it takes to organize these things. And I just wanted to say that having attended the events, a lot of the events that the Parks Department has put together, I can only say good things. My baby is at an age where, she's just sharp as a nail, remembering everything and enjoying everything. We were lucky enough to be able to go into the Easter pool event, and she just had a blast. I had to drag her out of there. I have to drag her out of all the events, and I just want to say thank you to the park staff. And it's always great seeing you guys there, because I think making your presence would really, you could really see how many of our residents enjoy those events. And I'm speaking to you, Councilmember Avalos, because I don't really see you at a lot of events unless you're up for re-election. So yeah, it would be great. Thank you.
Any emails, Madam Clerk? I'll go ahead and close the public comment section. Any emails?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I received one from Osvaldo Pichardo. He raised concerns regarding claims that audio from February 24th City Council meeting was altered, asserting that recording originated from the city's official YouTube broadcast, and questioned the validity of those claims. He called for transparency and accountability, urging the city to address the matter directly and clarify whether any investigation has been conducted. The next one is from Mr. Mario Dominguez, who expressed concern that staff would provide a recommendation on the call-in feature versus Zoom, arguing that the decision should be made by the City Council and residents without staff influence. He advocated for the return of Zoom for meetings, emphasizing that the decision should prioritize public access and input rather than staff opinion. Armando Velasquez, on behalf of Southgate Kiwanis, wanted to announce that the Golden Apple Heart of Hero Award ceremony has been rescheduled to May 29th due to the LAUSD related delays in nominations. He also provided updated information on the event, including flyers, ticket purchases, and sponsorship details. And if anyone would like anything, I have them at my desk. I received another one from Mr. Anthony Madrid, a Southgate resident, a business owner, provided recommendations on improving transparency, zoning, and economic development, including concerns about business over-concentration and support for workforce initiatives like barber training centers. He urged the City Council to modernize policies and invest in infrastructure to promote balance, growth, and stronger community outcomes. And the last one one more. Mr. Robert Montalvo raised concerns regarding the city's response to his Public Records Act request related to the Team Civex contract and the UUT. He questioned lack of support, documentation despite significant public funds being spent. He requested confirmation that the comprehensive search was conducted, and he emphasized the need for transparency and accountability in the use of taxpayer resources. And the last one from Ms. Claudia Rivera. who criticized Councilmember Avalos' approach to budget decisions, alleging that while advocating for fiscal responsibility, she has outspent all other council members in reimbursements and expenses. Her comment referenced spending, including meals and travel, suggesting these have not been fully acknowledged ever in public discussions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. All right, let's go ahead and start with the reports from our directors. Start with Public Works.
Mayor, I don't have anything to report tonight. Thank you.
Parks and Recs.
All right, good evening, City Council. So I'll make it quick because there's quite a bit to report, but just as mentioned, our Easter Splash Fest went very well. Staff did a great job of putting it together. We also had our teens who took their first trip to Knott's Berry Farm, so it's exciting to see the teen program finally up and running and flourishing, and numbers continue to increase. And again, just kudos to staff, our coordinator Heaven, who's doing a great job at the teen center. We also had our second Eco Garden event that took place. It was sold out with 36 participants. That was on April the 4th. And then some of our new programs at the East Side parks, or our newer parks, have started, and staff are doing a good job. We have some yoga classes that are up and running, some pickleball and futsal and some other things going on there. And we're looking to add a few art classes at Hollydale Community Park in May. And then this weekend was a very busy weekend for us. We had a lot of things going on at Southgate Park. We had the Miss Southgate pageant, Special Olympics. We had our art exhibit, on La Querida, which took place here at the museum. And then our Spring Fit, which is up and coming on May the 9th. We're excited that we reached over 1,000 runners. We have 1,057 runners as of today. And just a couple more events. We also had our Street Soccer USA grand opening last week. That was a great event, and it was just nice to see all the kids out there playing on the 2-pitch field area, and just looking forward to see how AYSO is going to benefit utilizing that space for practice. So thank you for your support in bringing this to the city. And then last but not least, May 2nd, we also have JAA opening day, Aquatics Fitness Expo, and the Aquatics Open House on the 2nd. That's it.
Thank you. And can we add also the Mariachi Festival? Or did you
Oh, yes, we also have Mariachi Festival taking place on the 2nd as well.
On May 2nd
On May
as well.
2nd,
And that
at
is
the
put on by
auditorium.
the Rotary.
Yes, by the Rotary.
Thank you. Gabriel Perez?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. Gabriel Perez, your Community Development Director. Just want to mention, we do have a community engagement meeting for the potential repurposing of the old courthouse here in the Civic Center area, with the possibility that we could apply for some of the construction that would be required to rehab the building as a community resilience center. And that's a state grant that we could potentially apply for. We know that it would probably take about $10 million to rehab the building. A community resilience center is a facility that's available for the community in times of natural disasters. So for example, flood, fire, extreme heat. So this would be that type of facility. But most of the year where there is not a disaster, it could be a facility for community programs, small business development, co-working, art gallery, a whole range of activities. So we want to hear from the public what those activities could be. So that's going to take place April 30th, and that's a Thursday at 5 p.m. And that's at the Civic Center building on Seaboard. That's 8680 California Avenue. And there'll be a flyer being posted on social media as well as on the city website.
Gabriel, I have a question. If the community wants to email any suggestions, can they send them directly to you?
Yes.
Or do they need to be present at the meeting?
No, they could be present for the meeting. There's a few other outreach opportunities that we're going to have, which might include a virtual meeting. So
Mhm.
that'll be advertised on the website. I'll also mention that again next week when we schedule the virtual meeting. And then we'll be out at the farmers market next week on Monday and the following Monday.
Could we do possibly a QR code with the Google form so that anybody can fill it out, both in English and in Spanish, of what they're suggesting, again, keeping it accessible to the community.
Yes, and we'll have an online survey available.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. Finance Department. Stephen.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. I have nothing to report for the Administrative Services Department.
Thank you.
Good evening. Nothing to report from Human Resources.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I really have nothing to add, but I do want to address that I'm well aware that when the Monty unit was created, it was supposed to be a volunteer unit. I understand there's some expenses, so I'm gonna have to figure out how that happened and how we can remedy this.
City Manager.
Yeah, I'll just add that, yeah, the intent was to refund any funds that did get for the, put in for their startup. And I know they've done, they have donations. And so we'll just confirm with finance where they are on that reimbursement. But the intent until sometime in the future, if it's ever adopted as part of the department, it will be donation funded sources. So that we'll sort that out.
Yep.
I'm not sure if there's any other items to highlight.
I just have a question. Not too long ago, I saw the horses drive into Southgate through Linwood because I happened to be on Imperial Highway. And there was a police officer car right behind it. Were we paying the salary of that officer to escort the horses into the city or not?
If you saw them on Imperial,
Mhm.
it's probably because they were training. There's an equestrian on Imperial and Rugby. So
They had just
we
gotten
don't
off-
have a
they had just
dedicated.
gotten off the freeway.
I'm sorry?
They had just gotten off the freeway, the 710.
I don't know, probably training. But no, we're not dedicating a police officer to escort them. It must have been in the area. I'm not really
I
sure.
don't know. It was a police officer car behind it. That's why I'm asking. That's why I'm asking for clarification. If that's what's happening when they are entering or leaving the city, are we escorting them in or are we escorting them out?
No, they're a trailer. I couldn't tell you. I wasn't there.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. City Attorney.
Yeah, two things I'd like to say, one unrelated to the other. Item number one is that the city does get a lot of public record requests. The city makes every effort to respond to those. There's a process that's run through the city clerk's office, through the department heads. It gets reviewed by my office. We make an effort to do that. If there's any member of the public that is dissatisfied with the records that we produce, we're happy to meet with them and talk to them and explain to them what the status of documents are. But there's no hidden box. There's no effort to prevent any documents there. There's a concern that someone received 187 documents on the same page. The reality is that they went through a deduplication process, and even after the dedupes, there was something that was different from the other documents. And so we felt duty-bound to produce those. It wasn't intended to hide the ball. I'm very concerned about any perceived notion that there's any of that there. We've had a number of folks dealing with concerns about transparency there. I again repeat the same notion is that if someone thinks that there's a backroom deal going on or there's a problem here, they can certainly bring it to my attention. They can bring it to the district attorney's attention. We welcome the public comment. I think we provide probably more opportunities for the public comment than most other cities. When we go to closed session, we allow for public comment before we go into closed session. We come out of closed session, we allow for public comment there. That's not required, but it's part of our practice there. So I think that's some cities require that you fill out a form in order for you to speak, so you know how many people are going to be talking that night. We don't do that here. Some cities, like the city of Los Angeles, limit the amount of public comment. We don't do that here either. So I just take issue with that, and I think it's a dangerous thing to let those comments go unresponded to because people start to believe that that's actually factually accurate. Item number two is that at our last city council meeting, we intended to close the meeting for Pastor Brady, who unfortunately died. And I was honored to be in his presence, to see him in action, to be a watch dog over the city at a time when we had a number of turbulent years following the activities of 2002, 2003. We had a packed courtroom here. I think the spirit of Pastor Brady continues to live on in these chambers. He was a fixture here. He was a force in the community. He cared about this particular city, both from a spiritual sense, but I would also say from a civic sense. And his legacy is a valued one and certainly requires recognition by the city. And we can never fully recognize the debt that the city has for his involvement in getting the city turned around. Thank you.
Thank you. City Treasurer.
No. All right. Just a quick request, if the city staff can have a presentation in the very near future on the dial-in features being proposed and what to expect as a community, that'll be helpful. So whether it's dial-in, Zoom or anything else, just so that could be put to rest. And second, happy belated birthday to our Parks Director. I believe that was last week, Tuesday, but we were here all in the middle of item number 1, and so happy birthday.
City Treasurer. I'm sorry, City Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have nothing to add regarding the public records request. Thank you, our city attorney, for explaining that. In regards to streaming our meetings, we are looking into all of that, and we're soon going to have something, but we're trying to figure out which is best for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Davila.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just very quick events that I attended. Easter event. It was very well attended, as Tina mentioned. Also, the School Safety Collaborative meeting, there was a presentation given to the principals regarding our budget. And also, I attended the state of the county with Janice Hahn. And also, I attended the Miss Southgate pageant, the street soccer. What is it called?
Street Soccer USA.
Street Soccer USA. So I also attended that. What else? Also, last week, Hub Cities, after a 2-year struggle of trying to get the contract from the county, Hub Cities got awarded the contract for a year and for 1 year and an extension for the second year. So it was a lot of work. It was a lot of work that Hub Cities did, and thank you to our supervisor Janice Hahn, who put the motion, and second by Hilda Solis, in order for Hub Cities to get the contract. So we are moving forward with Hub Cities, and we're looking forward to working on our nonprofit committee, but our nonprofit, to make sure that we get look for more fundings in order to keep our Hub Cities in more financial sustainability. So, and that's it.
Thank you. Councilwoman Avalos.
Thank you. In accordance to AB 1234, I did attend vector control, of which several presentations were provided at the meeting. Specifically, one of the conferences that one of our board members or trustees from Bell Gardens attended, learning all about mosquitoes and all of the illnesses that they bring in, as well as what the Greater LA Vector Control is doing in sterilizing the males so that the females don't continue to breed these mosquitoes that are very deadly, that cause really bad illnesses that have costed a lot of people their lives, specifically with malaria and West Nile virus. In case you didn't know, it's the females that bite, not the males. So when you're wishing one of those mosquitoes, no, it's a female, and they can get very aggressive. Other than that, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hurtado.
I surprisingly don't have much. I do want to just share that I did attend a function with Assemblymember Solace, that's where I spoke with Jeff Prang on the 6.15%. But it was a presentation of a lot of the information that we already have through our Southgate PD on protecting seniors with when it comes to scamming situations that occur. And maybe we can put something again together so that we can address how seniors can protect themselves. And that's about it. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Arias.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, folks, for staying with us tonight. I'm really pleased to hear Councilwoman Davila mention Hub Cities. Hub Cities is on Tweety. It's the work source center in our community. It looks like it got funding for 3 years? Two? So 2 years. 2-year funding, that's great news. You know what that means? That means we're going to have some workforce training here on Tweety Boulevard. And it means that a lot of young people get their first job there. They do internships. So it's a good opportunity. People could, if you need to reskill yourself, they have a lot of resources. So check them out. They're right here on Tweety. And that's a blessing because they don't only serve Southgate, they serve the region. So I'm really glad that they got the county funding. And so that's a good news for our community, especially during these hard times and so forth. So a couple of things. I know that folks mentioned, Gabe, I want to turn it to you. Just a high level real quick. I mean, Palaio mentioned the CDBG funding, the housing on Long Beach. Just tell us high level, and I remember it was a compliance issue, it was timing. Just tell us a high level, I mean, because it's a housing for affordable housing, right, for the community. At least that's what I understand. So just so that people understand that project a little bit.
Yes, Vice Mayor. So this is a site that the city owns through the Housing Authority. We're looking to work with Habitat LA for the development of that site. There will be a upcoming presentation pretty soon to the council in May. We actually are planning to take a development and disposition agreement to you for the development of that site. And so one of the commitments as part of that agreement is that the city would cover the cost of demolishing the building that's there. It's a small building, but Habitat's also taking on the responsibility of doing some of the cleanup that's required on the site as well through a grant that they received from the state, from BTSC.
Okay, so Habitat for Humanity, for those of you that don't know, they build a lot of housing throughout the country, and it's a Jimmy Carter, former president, started that project. And, they've helped house a lot of families that can't afford to move into new homes and so forth. So it's an asset. I just wanted to throw that out there. The other thing, Chief, you took on the job as chief. You went out and did some listening sessions out in the community. And I noticed that on my street this past week, you had folks, code enforcement, they're out there ticketing cars that weren't registered, that were parked near the curb, too near the curb, because my son was parked by the curb. Then, so you had, and I noticed other people getting tickets, and I'm saying, well, I've never seen this. And you took it literally, what you heard out in the community. You went out there, and you're making a difference. So tell us a little bit about that, just real quick.
Yes, sir. When I first became the chief, one of the things I did was to set up different community meetings throughout the city. And the number one complaint that I got from most community members was lack of parking enforcement. So what I did is I regrouped my CSOs, my community service officers, and assigned them to the traffic division so that they can go out and increase parking enforcement. And so, yeah, that's why you're seeing more of a presence in not only citing, but also impounding vehicles that are not registered or that are illegally parked. The idea here is to educate the public and get them to be more responsible in the way that they where they park.
Thank you, Chief. Just
Yes,
wanted,
sir.
because I know you're going to notice it in your community. You see, and I don't know if some of you have already noticed it. You know, I attended a couple of events, the Street Soccer USA. I know the mayor's going to talk about it. There was even commercial. Well, not you. There was a public service announcement. I mean, I saw you in the news. But nonetheless, that's an important development in Hollandale Park because it's our first. It's 3 courts, right? 3 big courts. It's 2. It looks like 3. I mean, well, anyways, but so it was very exciting. This didn't cost us anything, right? I mean, this is a public-private partnership, and so it's a good thing for Hollandale. If you haven't seen it, you haven't been out there, go check it out. It's you know, it's good for the community, so it's an asset. I know the mayor's going to talk about it. I know we had the Miss Southgate pageant. I wasn't able to go to that, but I did attend Earth Day, and you know, and it's a good thing. I mean, our folks went out there and volunteers went out there and planted trees, and people brought in you know, items that were usually they throw out in the street, put it out there, sofas and things. So it was a good thing for the community, and you know, it should remind us that we could all do our part. And I was remiss if I didn't tell my granddaughter reminded me that don't leave when you're brushing your teeth, don't leave the water running. That's an asset. We got to protect our air, our earth, our water. It's so important for the future generations. So that's why I see. And if you recall, I want to date myself. David Garcia, a news reporter that coined that Earthman. They call him because he was out there bringing attention to the environment and all the causes behind it. And I'm so proud of him. He's no longer with us no more, but he's someone that really made a difference. He touched me and he touched a lot of people. And so I just think that was important. And then what else? Finally, I think that's pretty much me.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and start off by just saying that, you know, this has been a pretty busy couple of weeks for the city. You know, I was able to attend the California Contract Cities last meeting for outgoing President Brenda Olmos for that event. She served her year with the Contract California Cities, you know, with great, you know, dedication for all of our region. You know, she was constantly bringing up updates on what we can do here collectively as a community. And so I just wanted to thank her again for, you know, her year of service. I did say a joke because I had forgotten to bring the certificate of appreciation, that because of our budget cuts, I was just going to text it to her and just say that this is how we're going to hand it to you. But I promised her it was very, very beautiful and that I would text it to her in color. So just to be mindful of our budget. I also was able to attend, you know, the Street Soccer USA grand opening. I was at the pre-grand opening party at 5 in the morning as the newscasters wanted to do a story of all the event and what the location was. I was able to do it with NBC and Univision. So very thankful to the reporter for being interested in having this story be part of their morning news, and thank them for always keeping Southgate in their mind. Again, the facility is beautiful. It's a 2 5-on-5 you know, street soccer courts there on Hollandale Regional, fully funded through the support and sponsorships of Bank of America and Visa. So really want to thank the sponsors. Bank of America was my first employer when I joined the banking industry, and was very happy that it almost like full circle, right? They came back to a community which we're serving, which I'm serving currently, and was able to provide this resource to our community. did say that, I never cashed my final check, so I'll just call it even with this center opening up. So I'll say we broke even. Okay. Earth Day was a great event, guys. I think I want to first off thank all the staff. We had Public Works out there, managing all that. We had the parks maintenance team doing a lot of the work with the residents that volunteered that day, and then also all the partners in the city that contributed to the exhibits and all the information that was handed out. So I want to definitely thank one of our head sponsors, UWS, excuse me, for serving breakfast and lunch for all the volunteers that day. Southern California Edison. I know we had I want to make sure I name as many as I can, but there was the water. I always forget what they're.
I believe it's the Water Replenishment District.
Thank you, Water Replenishment District. So really wanted to thank everybody who was there to provide some information, some resources to the community. Again, thank the staff for going over a lot of the functions of the departments that we have in Public Works. The water meters were there, a lot of the other information there, how we show it's, how to read it, how to really tell if there's a leak around, and, to be able to maintain that. Doing your service to the community on that one day is great. I just urge our community. We have 100,000 residents. We really do decide what type of city we live in by the work that we do on a daily basis and how we treat, our neighborhoods on a daily basis. So, we always tell everybody. I think Councilmember Hurtado said it perfectly. We have one body and we really take care of it, or we try to take care of it, right? We do the exercise and we work out. We try to eat better, because this is all we have. Well, we should do the same for our planet. We only have one, and let's try to maintain it in the best, way possible. So it was really great to be there. And later on that day, we had the Southgate Miss Southgate pageant, I'm sorry, which I want to thank Lindsay for her advocacy for that. I want to also say that I think it's important to highlight that it was fully funded this year through sponsorships and donations from council members here, city clerk's office, or city clerk Yodi Glaze made a donation, a lot of businesses in the city, the nonprofit, which I currently the treasurer for the Southeast Los Angeles Kiwanis, volunteered to sponsor the scholarships for the 2026 young ladies. So we're able to be able to help out to maintain this very important program here. These young ladies, if you see them every event, they volunteer their time. They go to a lot of the events that are put on by the city. They also are the annual elves in the Santa Cop program. So very thankful for that. And then lastly, I just want to touch a little bit. I did attend the Southeast High School Star Party on Saturday night. Their whole STEM department had a science fair with a movie night at their school on Saturday. I think it was an amazing thing to see. A lot of their kids showed how they do their coding. They had video games that they coded. A lot of their students were building rockets. My daughters got to participate and build a rocket there on site and was able to shoot it off, and it was really fun to see. I did want to also mention that the school had recently been awarded a California Distinguished School Honors. I've asked staff if we can try to see at the next meeting. I definitely want to present them with a certificate of just accomplishment to show that one of our schools here. I think it's one of the first high schools to get distinguished school honors. Southeast. So definitely want to highlight that a little bit. And then lastly, I would like to also just echo that we bring back any information regarding the mounted police to make sure that we stop any questioning from that and moving forward. When they were established, it was 100% funded. On their social media page, on their Instagram, they are currently selling belt buckles. They're not cheap, but their fundraiser, one of their fundraisers for their mounted police. It's $295 for a Southgate Mounted Police belt buckle that goes towards the upkeep and the maintenance of the horses. So we also know that some businesses that are very friendly to the police department have made large donations to make sure that they can maintain those things. But I think it would be helpful so that we can stop the questioning, that we just have a presentation on how that gets taken care of if we could. And I'll end it as that. All right. Madam Clerk, thank you very much. We'll go ahead and move on to.
Mr. Mayor, just really quick, and I was going to do it at the end of the meeting, but I'm going to be out of town. So I'll be back Monday.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And Madam Clerk, we'll go ahead and move on to consent calendar items. Well, but before I do, can I ask, are you okay? All right. We're good. So go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At the last council meeting on the 14th, items 5 and number 12 were approved by council. Therefore, agenda items 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11 are consent calendar items, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Go ahead and open up to any member here in the audience. If you have any questions regarding the items on consent calendar.
Good evening, Council. Liz Ruiz on Kaufman. Yeah, I just had a question about what was added to you can clarify on the addition to the item number 4, second reading adoption for the electric vehicle charge stations. And regarding item number 9, the understanding with the City of Linwood for the Tweedy Boulevard. Is that right? Phase 2 City project? Yeah, I guess there were agreements that had to be made with the City of Linwood for areas that reach or overlap with the City of Linwood. So I just wanted to see if you could talk about that, just for my own personal understanding. I know there's been issues with fixing up areas that are kind of in that area of overlap, which is kind of close to me. So I was just curious. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else, I'll go ahead and close the public comment section. Any emails, Madam Clerk?
We have one email from Mr. Mario Dominguez for item number 9. He requested that the City Council include the installation of City of Southgate's logos at key intersections along Tweedy Boulevard as part of the Complete Streets Project Phase number 2. He emphasized that this enhancement would improve the city identity and serve as a beautification feature at major entrances. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. All right, I'll bring it back to here to council. And what are your wishes?
Mr. Mayor, I do have questions on items 8, 9, 10, and 11. So for item 8, we went over by $3 million. Is that correct, Arturo, on this specific project? So my question is, could we have planned this project a little bit better so that we could have avoided the $3 million over budget? And I know we have a lot of change orders. Change orders that are under 100,000. But again, could we have wasted this money a little bit more responsibly?
I'm not quite sure that I understand the question. So the question is, or the comment is that we went over the project budget by $3 million, but that's not the case. This project was fully funded and budgeted, and the money that we're spending are at the levels of the budget. So the change orders that were delivered on this project.
What was the original bid for the contract? Was it 7 million?
Let me see. The original contract award was $7.7 million.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but what you're looking at, Councilwoman, what you're looking at is the full cost of the project as compared to the construction cost of the project. So when you're comparing the cost of the construction contract alone, that construction contract was $7.7 million. That's just the construction contract. When you're looking at the total cost of the project, the total cost of the project includes design, construction management, the staff time or what have you. All of those other costs are unrelated to the construction contract amount itself. It's just other project costs, but that's not a representation that the project was over budget. That's just simply the total cost of the project.
So then, did we budget any of those city services that we were going to be doing?
Yes, all the project was completely budgeted.
Yet I see that all of these change orders 1 through 14 come up to 600,000.
Yeah, that's correct. But that's part of the budgeted contingency on a project. On any project, there's usually a 10% budget contingency that we have. Unexpected costs are always part of a contract. If you look at a lot of these change orders, you know, I understand that it looks like there was a lot of change orders per se. I think this particular engineer decided to be extremely transparent and usually not the way we process change orders. Change order number 1 was in the amount of 1,362. We usually centralize change orders so that they're in a more efficient and more streamlined. But it's just the approach that this engineer took was, you know, he documented every small change, which is usually we're processing change orders in 25,000, 50,000 and above, but they were all within the contract budget. None of it was over budget.
So item number 14, when we talk about the city logo on those streets, I know that the city has gotten a lot of backlash because maybe we could have spent the money a little bit more wisely or put it somewhere else.
Yeah, so I guess it's goals, right? I
Yeah.
think one of the goals of the Tweedy Complete Streets project was that we brand the corridor, and you brand the corridor in any number of ways. In this particular case, one of the the long commitments to Tweedy have been to bring artwork onto the corridor, and we've done that over the years. You see the traffic signal boxes. You see they have artwork and what have you. This is yet another extension of that. There was a goal to brand the roadway through these logos, and it's part of a branding program. It's not that we could have spent it better. I mean, I suppose different decisions can be made in how you want to invest these restricted or grant funds, but the decision was made to use them to brand the corridor.
Real quick, I'm sorry, I'm confused. I have a different agenda. Mine goes to 11,
11.
agenda item.
No, it's item number 8.
Oh, you said 14.
No. Item 14 of the change order here.
Oh, okay. You
No,
sounded
no.
like agenda item. I'm thinking, what did I miss? I only got 11
No, you
items.
haven't missed it yet.
Okay, thank you.
I could just offer as well that we had a couple people mention the logo, but also on our Instagram where we highlighted both the logo itself being painted on our Instagram page, but also advised everyone this is grant funding and not misinformation, as many social media enemies, I would say, of the city want to brand it, that it was using general fund. Incorrect. But on that particular post, 3,547 likes, hearts, which is like 10 times more than we've ever gotten on another post. So there may be a few people that appreciate it by probably outweighing the critics by 3,544 to 3. So just a thought.
Thank you for clarifying that, by the way.
Item
Yes.
number 9, Arturo, the MOU with the city of Linwood. Does this agreement specify which agency has the final decision-making authority on scope and changes
Yes.
or project modifications?
So the city of Southgate engages in multi-agency projects. So this is not uncommon. And typically, the way these projects are formulated are largely driven by each jurisdiction, right? So Tweedy Boulevard spans both the city of Southgate and a very small portion spans over the city of Linwood. Within their jurisdiction, they get to decide what improvements they want to invest in. So do we have the decision-making authority over what improvements will be constructed in the city of Southgate? Yes. Do we have the same authority over what improvements will be constructed in Linwood? No. Well, where we do have some authority is just simply there are grant funds, and those grant funds specify how monies are to be used, but City of Linwood ultimately has the authority to decide what improvements are going to be invested in their city, and they're going to pay their share of that. But it's largely what you'll see in these multi-agency projects, that most agencies go along with the spirit of the project and the improvements, and we don't really deviate tremendously.
Are there clear timelines and procedures for reimbursement to prevent any cash flow issues for Southgate?
Yeah, so the MOU in and of itself is the process that we have in place for reimbursements. We've not had an issue with getting reimbursed by agencies in the past. Typically, we follow the same process. We award contracts, we spend the money, and then we invoice other agencies. Agencies generally honor these MOUs. They get to decide whether or not they're going to invest in their city in advance. So when they do, they usually approve an MOU. They usually also budget the monies that they need. And one of the things that you'll notice here is that part of the investment in their city is also with the grant fund. So they're paying a smaller portion as compared to the total and improvements that are going to be constructed within their city. But largely, we've not had issues with reimbursements.
What's the turnaround for reimbursement? Or what has been the turnaround in the past?
I don't, I have not kept track of what the turnaround is. Usually what we do is we invest in the projects, and when the projects are completed, we usually send an invoice to other agencies within, I can't recall a time where there was a problem with the length of time. I'd imagine within 60 days we're getting paid, but the length of time is usually not something that draws attention.
Okay, does the MOU address any liability for construction-related incidents occurring within Linwood's jurisdiction?
Yes, so the MOU is an arrangement under which agencies are agreeing to construct improvements through a contractor. A construction contractor will have those liabilities that you're referring to in terms of construction are generally built into the construction contract itself, not necessarily into the MOU. So if you're thinking about if the contractor's out there and something happens within a city of Linwood, we don't get any liability of that. That liability is transferred on to the construction contractor through the construction contract itself, not the MOU per se.
So what happens to partial completion of work or incurred costs if the agreement is terminated early?
Sorry, can you repeat that question?
What happens to partially completed work or incurred costs if the agreement is terminated early?
I'm not certain under what scenario a construction contract would be terminated early. In my 11 years and my 30 years of being in the public works program, that's never occurred, but generally, should there be some reason that that, say, for example, City of Linwood decides to step out, usually we construct improvements. Whatever we construct is what they're responsible for. So if, we start the project, we construct sidewalk, and then they say, I want to terminate the agreement and we no longer want to participate, then we just finish that work that we started and they reimburse us for that work. But I've not seen that before, but certainly that, I suppose, could happen.
Okay. And my other questions is for item number 10, but Luis is not here. So I don't know if Stephen is going to be able to answer these questions. Okay. So are there independent audits or third-party reviews Or is there a third party that reviews the investment programs beyond the internal staff certification?
We have a accounting manager here who is ready to give information as necessary. His name is Rick Piles.
Mhm. Thank you, Rick.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. You had questions on item number 10? Oh, thanks.
Yeah.
It always happens.
So are there independent audits, or is there a third-party review of the investment program beyond the internal staff certification?
You could say it's part of the annual financial audit
Mhm.
because it covers the cash balances and it reviews our cash reconciliation process. External from that, I'm not exactly sure what type of audit you're asking about.
Okay.
And let me also add that I do have a presentation prepared if you'd like me to do it, but I could also just answer your questions.
Okay.
I could also add to that, with the investments, we contract with an investment firm, correct? So we are already getting a second set of eyes beyond our staffs to give us advice and best practice. And then the overall finances, including the investments, are reviewed by an independent auditor. So it's sort of staff, investor, and audit layers to have three sets of eyes on the item.
Yes,
And-
the report that you're looking at, the quarterly investment report, ends
Mhm.
December 31st, 2025. That is before our investment manager has come on board and contracted with the city.
Okay.
That began in March. So the next quarterly investment report ending March 31st, 2025 will look quite different as far as what the funds are the city's invested in.
So what stress test or scenario analysis is being conducted to evaluate the risk? For example, the investment rate shocks or any liquidity crises that we might encounter.
So the investments have to be invested within the city's investment policy. The city's investment policy is designed within the bounds of the California Government Code. I believe it's section 53600, but I can get back. Yes, 53600. So the government code doesn't allow cities to invest in risky sorts of investments. There's a lot of limitations. So it does limit the amount of growth or earnings that a city can earn, but it keeps the investment safe. And liquidity and safety of investments is ranked higher than investment earnings.
Are there any investments that the city cannot invest in that?
Yes, the city can invest in corporate stocks. It can invest in some corporate bonds, but there's limits to that.
Mhm.
Typically, you can't invest in investments that have a duration longer than 5 years. So it's all in the government code, and
Okay.
the city's investment policy needs to be built within that. It could be stricter, but it
Mhm.
cannot be more lenient than the government code.
Councilwoman Avalos, I have a question. When you bring up stress tests, I'm trying to really understand, the level of that we want to really start learning about
Again.
how we're managing this process again. Now, when it comes to stress tests, I'm just asking, are you familiar with the way the stress tests work or how they're utilized in financial investment and how a city would then use that information to make decisions based on a staff level?
Again, it goes back to transparency and having the community understand.
Right, but when
So
we
my
ask the
other
question, I hope
my
that
other
we,
question
when
would
we
be,
ask the
what is-
question,
what
when we
is the
ask the
risk
question,
tolerance?
I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to really have a conversation here that I think we've made a commitment that we want to make sure that we're not learning how the sausage is made, but really just setting policy in place that is how we want the city to move forward. I think your questioning is a little bit into that other realm, and I'm going to ask the city attorney to step in if he may.
The city council is charged with policy-based decisions. And I think that a little leeway for the councilwoman would be in order here as we explore, this. And I would encourage to allow her to finish asking her questions. Mr. Mayor, I don't think we're getting into the sausage making yet, but I would encourage her to keep in mind the level of responsibility the council has and direct her attention to that if I could.
Thank you.
I mean, the previous question has to do with policy compliance and risk management. That's what it has to do with.
Yes, so the investment management firm, they have software that automatically makes sure the investment decisions that they make on our behalf are within the bounds of the investment policy. They plug it into their system and it keeps all the investments in line with our policy.
So just so I'm clear, the safeguards are within that governmental code of what we cannot exceed. I just want to
Yes.
make sure that that's clear.
Yes, 53,600.
So what is the city's risk tolerance between maximizing yield versus maintaining liquidity and safety?
Liquidity is very important, and we primarily use the LAIF account, which many California cities use. So when we can't meet our obligations, we transfer funds from LAIF into the checking account to pay the bills. So we'll always most likely maintain somewhat of a balance in LAIF so that we can have that liquidity.
Okay. So what's the contingency plan to exit if any economic conditions worsen or liquidity demand increases?
Again, LAIF is one of the primary vehicles for that. We will have regular meetings with the investment firm where they'll explain the strategy. They stay on top of all current economic environment and risks out there. And as I mentioned, the government code doesn't allow you to get invested in very long durations. So there's always some level of liquidity beyond even LAIF where investments aren't invested for more than 5 years and you have some flexibility.
Thank you. So again, my last question has to do with governance and oversight. Why is it the prior quarters, such as March, June, and September of 25, were not presented in a timely fashion to this council?
I think that comes down to an understaffing issue. As you might remember, I began here in September. My boss, Lewis, is relatively new as well. We're all trying to catch up, and now that we're getting fully staffed, and we have gotten closer to that now, so we're hoping to keep the investment reports on time moving
So
forward.
the new company that was brought on, has that been of assistance to your department?
Yes, they've been making the investment decisions on our behalf. They've totally changed the portfolio, as you'll see in the next quarterly investment report when it comes out. And they're also going to assist with the production of the quarterly investment reports.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thanks.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. I noticed that on number 8, we had some change orders, but related to a lot of it was Arturo, right, was all funding through different sources, right? Grants, most of, measures that have passed and so forth. Capital improvement projects, right?
That's correct. It's
And-
all, we call them capital improvement funds. So there's no general fund being spent
Right,
here.
no.
Restricted funds, grant funds, tax measures and what have you.
And so, but in any circumstances, because there was somebody questioned that why don't we use some of our capital improvement project monies for the general fund offset? It doesn't work that way, right? Or
Yeah, it doesn't work that way. And I've previously tried to explain it in terms of having compared it to the Home Depot gift card or what have you, where the city receives grant funding from different funding programs that are largely focused on infrastructure and transportation or what have you. The grant funding that is received is usually almost always received for one specific project, and it can only be used to build that project. The project is usually defined in advance, and then it's audited. So we can't use, these grant funds, for example, on some of the day-to-day expenditures of the general fund. That's just not allowed. If we did that, in fact, we would jeopardize the entire grant, but that's not something that can be done.
and very seldom do we use our general fund to complement those fundings, right? But it's usually a small amount. That's what I noticed.
I can't remember a time that we used the general fund
We
to
don't.
offset some of these grant funds other than infrastructure projects, for example, at the police department where grant funds aren't available, we might use general fund, but most of our transportation projects are funded largely with grant and restricted funds.
Mayor, I'm ready to go ahead and make a motion.
Real quick point I wanted to make though, and it has to do with the roads overall mainly. We resurface a lot of streets, and after we do that, companies come in and they have to dig a hole. And I'm just so sick and tired of them coming in, digging a hole, patch it up, they leave, and they leave little craters out there. You go up and down California, just go through that first lane on the side and you'll see little squares all the way through. And as your car's going through it, you hear it bumping. Yeah. So we got to do a better job of telling those people, okay, you got the approval to do the work, but before you leave it the way it was. Because then, all the work that we did for nothing.
Totally appreciate that. I believe that particular project is not at the final complete stage. I can defer to Arturo as to the status, but the final project's not been signed off, nor has the paving quality been signed off. Is that correct, Arturo?
That's correct. There are certain parts of California that have already been paved, particularly on the north side between Firestone and Santa Ana. When you drive certain portions of that, you'll see that the pavement, you'll see the patch because it is a trench patch, but it's really smooth. But there are other portions of the corridor that have not. But regardless, we have an inspector that oversees that work. Usually the temporary trench patch is what causes heartburn. And many times when you're feeling the bumpiness, that's because it's temporary, but it'll be finalized and constructed per a city standard.
And I'll add that particular project you're referring to is the citywide fiber or the city fiber project. So it is coming right through the city, going to other cities. But yeah, we're not planning to leave that south of Firestone quality. That's not the final sign off yet.
I appreciate that, but there are some residential areas where there are patches that are left behind. And that's what I'm talking about. And if I can, what's that? Yeah, the gas company is pretty good about that. So again, about leaving the little crater things. In any case, I just want to make sure that we're going to be on top of all of these that go on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I just have two more questions for Gabriel for item number 11, which I think is something that a lot of our residents have been having issues, specifically because we are allowing a lot of these ADUs. So is the city effectively coordinating with state and regional and neighboring agencies on housing efforts within or for the city of Southgate?
Thank you, Councilmember. For ADUs or housing in general?
Housing in general. Because my next question is going to be, is the city on track to meet its RENA numbers?
Well, when I came in, I realized our numbers were pretty high, 8,282 units. So how do you do that in a city that's pretty much built out, 94,000 people? So we don't have to produce those number of units. We do have to create the zoning to be able to accommodate that. And the city did do that when it updated its zoning for its housing element. We are not on track. So I looked, there's a progress report that's part of your attachment. And currently, it looks like we probably only met about 200 units of that amount over time. Most of those were met this year, actually. So this year we had 154 accessory dwelling units that were permitted. Compare that to single family detached unit, there's only 4. We are trying to do our part to be able to facilitate more accessory dwelling units. If you recall, we did provide some pre-approved plans that's available to the community. We have yet to have someone that's actually applied for a permit under that program. So we're evaluating that too to see how that could be more accommodating to the public. But most of our units are accessory dwelling units.
What is the time frame that the state is giving us to be able to show that we are definitely working towards that without being fiscally impacted?
2029. That's our housing cycle, 2021 to 2029.
Okay.
Not that many years to be able to reach 8,000 more units.
No. Where are we going to put them?
Yeah, Gabe, you said something very interesting, and I never heard. You said that we don't have to reach the 8,000 housing mark, that we just have to have the zoning. That's something new for me. That's my understanding, and that's pretty good. I mean, maybe
Oh,
you
yeah,
maybe you
no,
said it-
there's no way we're going to make 8,000. All we have to do is create the opportunities for it, and that's it. And we've done that, and we don't reject projects. We're on track.
And every city anywhere within 50 miles of the coastline in Southern California won't meet their number. There's cities, that have 12,000 units or 4,000. They'll do 100. They'll do 200. So it's understood that you just have to show the zoning and you'll never get there, and that's okay. And by 2027 or 29, we won't be there, and they'll just maybe give us new units, and we'll have to zone for them. But
They might as well have
city
said
will
bring
never
in
do it.
20,000 units, because we ain't going to make that either.
Yeah, we'll just zone for it, and then we have to let the private developers decide how much they'll add.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we go ahead and approve items 3 through 11.
You got a motion? You got a second?
Well, I'll do that, but I have to recuse myself from item 7. Somebody has to second that motion.
Second.
Roll call? Councilmember Avalos?
You can't until somebody supports
He
item
second.
7.
He second your motion.
He made the motion.
Oh, I can't second.
No, you can't
That's good,
second
you
your
got
own
it.
motion.
All right, all right.
No, you made the motion, right?
No, I cannot. I seconded his motion
Mhm.
with the recusal of item 7.
Right.
So someone has to second item 7.
Okay.
I'll have colored pictures for you next time.
Robert's rule of law.
Robert's-
I'll second item 7.
There you go.
Roll call.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Avalos?
Yes.
Councilmember Hurtado?
Yes, and I'm recusing myself from item number 7, as that project may be within 500 feet of where I live.
Thank you. Councilmember Davila?
Yes, and I'm recusing myself on item number 8.
Thank you.
Because
Vice Mayor.
I live close to Tweedy Boulevard, 500 feet, within 500 feet.
Thank
And
you.
Mr. Rios, are you close enough to that?
To where?
Tweety?
Yeah, but
But that's not close enough to that
no,
one.
that's not-
Yeah,
I'm way-
you're far away. Okay, yeah, my
He's
bad.
on the east side.
Vice Mayor Rios?
yes.
Mayor Barron?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Motion to adjourn, or we got any more?
No, that's it.
Before
All
we
right.
adjourn,
Yeah.
Yes.
I just wanted to wish Councilmember
Oh, yeah.
Hurtado a happy birthday on Saturday, the 25th.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, so again, we are adjourning under the in the memory of Pastor Brady. So thank you very much for your years of service. Thank you.
And thank you, Yodit. I'm turning 66, believe it or not. I know you think I'm old.